Good evening, everyone. Welcome into Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business. Alongside Kip Lewis, I'm Mark Shanowski.
The playoff mullet is back as the Hawks look for a little showtime in the Music City. And while a couple of new faces are old pros when it comes to the postseason.
Yeah, Kane went with the mullet, but I heard Saad chickened out. The Bulls right now in a holding pattern, waiting to find out which team they'll face in the opening round of the playoffs. We'll take a closer look at one very familiar matchup.
And the city of Chicago begins making preparations for the NFL draft. Sportsnet Central starts right now.
You are connected to Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business.
Ground ball, base hit, Cubs win! Cubs win, Alcantara with his first hit of the year.
How about that? Arizmendi Alcantara with the game-winning hit to the bottom of the 10th inning. The players explode out of the dugout as the Cubs win their third in a row. They rallied twice from 3 runs down to beat the Reds at Wrigley Field 7-6. Quite a celebration after the victory. So now the question, who will be the hero tonight? Kelly Krull joins us live from Wrigley Field with more on the first-place Cubs. Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Hi, Mark. Here I am saying hi to myself. Why not? But that is exactly the big question. And, of course, the hero being 2 different guys the last couple of evenings. But top to bottom, Joe Maddon getting contributions across the board from his guys. And he says that these wins, the last few, have really been 2 very valuable lessons, teaching a young group of guys not only can they win late, but they can come back and get themselves back into ball games at any point in time. Chris Coughlin, who was a big part of the rally last night, going 3 for 4 in a spectacular outing, agrees that these lessons can come back and be very beneficial down the stretch.
It's huge. I mean, I don't know what our record was last year late in the game, but I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think we were very good, you know, when we were down. So to set the bar, it's like anything you're doing in life. Once you do it, you're like, oh, okay, you know, I can do that. This is how we do that. And then you go do it again, and you're like, yeah, we just did it exactly how we did it the other time. And it just kind of builds momentum, and it keeps going. You have to learn how to do that. You don't just wake up and all of a sudden you come from behind. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to go right. Belief is number one. You got to have the right players, you know, guys step up in situations, but also not let a situation overwhelm them or press and try to do too much.
The Cubs making a move this evening after the rib cage inflammation has yet to subside for Tommy La Stella, the infielder, placed on the 15-day DL, and a team recalled lefty Zach Roscup from AAA Iowa. Now with Mike Olt also, of course, nursing his wrist back to 100%, Maddon pretty hard pressed for infielders, leaving many wondering when that Chris Bryant call-up will happen, and the manager explained the reasoning for this latest move.
We do need some help in the bullpen. They've been really active over the last several days. And so with Tommy feeling somewhat better, but not to the point where we were ready to use him in a game, we felt the best thing to do right now would be to augment the bullpen. I like it. Cup, I thought he threw the ball really well in spring training. I'm a big fan of this guy. So it's nice to have him here tonight.
So after 10 innings last night, of course, John Lester exiting after 6 innings. Kyle Hendricks, an early exit the night before. The bullpen certainly has been utilized a lot the last couple of nights. Joe Maddon went as far as to say guys like Hector Rondon and even Jason Mott may be unavailable, so certainly they needed that extra arm in the bullpen. But in the meantime, it'll be Jake Arrieta looking for another repeat performance from his first time out this season, going 7 shutout innings. We'll see if he can go deep again tonight. And I actually got to catch up with Jake Arrieta before the game, and we'll hear from him later in the show. Mark, for now, back to you. If you want to say hi to me again, maybe, or myself.
Kelly, thank you very much. Zach Roscup will be the placeholder for Chris Bryant when he eventually gets called up. Thanks for your report. We'll see you during the game. Well, the Cubs expected their bullpen to be very strong this season, but even pitching coach Chris Bosio has to be thrilled with these numbers over the last 3 games. No runs or walks allowed over 10 1/3 innings against the Rockies and Reds with 11 strikeouts. Veterans Phil Koch and Jason Mott looking to be nice complements to the hard throwers at the back end of the Cubs bullpen.
Well, CSN Chicago first reported Sunday that Patrick Kane is likely to return tomorrow for Game 1 against the Preds. And after another day of practice today, Kane's status for Game 1 in Nashville became official. And it's great news for Hawks fans. Pat Boyle has more.
What looked improbable just 7 weeks ago is now reality. Patrick Kane is ready to go and will start in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs against Nashville.
Obviously, there was a decision with the management and the front office to make sure everyone was on board with the same page and not kind of feeling like I was rushed back or anything. It was just been a long 50 days here. So it's a credit to a lot of hard work from obviously the doctors and the trainers, and just listening to them and trying to heal as fast as possible.
It's a good thing. Obviously, I think for a while there, no one was too sure how long the recovery period would take for him. So obviously, it's good news that he feels ready to go, and great situation for our team.
Originally, the Blackhawks thought they would need to advance to the second or third round to see Kane play again this season. Having him to start another cup run is a shocker.
No, it wasn't in the cards, and knowing that we had to get through a round or two to even think of him being considered. So this is a very positive situation for us, knowing that what he brings to the table. He was having an MVP type of season, and getting him back just makes you have so many more options, and his versatility in all areas certainly enhances our team.
You see different players go through this injury. Jason Zucker, I think he came back around the same timetable as I am. I think Brian Campbell in 2010 came back at around 5 or 6 weeks. So it's an injury that can it can be healed, and some people are a little bit different than others. But this was kind of my timetable when I was ready to play.
I asked Kane what non-traditional steps they took to expedite the healing process. He said there were a few, but that the team probably did not want him to divulge that information. One thing he did say, after he got his final medical clearance, he went and got the traditional playoff mullet.
One of those things I have to do for playoffs now, not just for myself, but kind of for the team.
With the Hawks in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Pat Boyle, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thank you, Pat. Comcast Sportsnet has you set for Game 1 tomorrow in the Music City. Our coverage begins on Sportsnet Central at 6:30. Then join Pat and Steve for Blackhawks pregame live at 7. Pat and Eddie drop the puck at 7:30. And then on Blackhawks postgame live, we'll have live locker room reaction and Joel Quenneville's postgame comments right here on your home for Blackhawks playoff hockey, Comcast Sportsnet. Hey, we want to hear from you. Who wins this series? In how many games and why? Use the hashtag HawksTalk to respond. We'll have some of your answers later in the show.
It's a lot of information for 140 characters.
It is. You got to get it all in somehow. Be creative. We're not done with our Hawks coverage just yet. Coming up, our Chris Bowden has the story of two seasoned veterans who could be the key to another Stanley Cup run. Nico Mirotic is starting to show that he can stretch the floor, and it couldn't happen at a better time with the playoffs just around the corner. We'll preview a couple of first-round matchups for the Bulls when we return.
Sportsnet Central, brought to you by Comcast Business. Comcast Business, built for business.
The conference call, the ultimate arena for business. Hour after hour of diving deep, touching base, and putting ducks in rows. The only problem with conference calls, eventually they have to end. Unless you have the Comcast Business Voice Edge mobile app. It lets you switch seamlessly from your desk phone to your mobile with no interruptions. I've never felt so alive.
Get the future of phone, and the phones are free. Comcast Business, built for business.
In August 2015, the PGA Championship will return to Whistling Straits. Drama will unfold over every dune as the strongest field in golf collides. Go to PGAChampionship.com to purchase your tickets today. This is major. This is the PGA Championship.
And now with the first pick in this year's draft, Bob Rohrman.
Schaumburg Ford selects outstanding deals on all new Ford.
During Bob's Top Pick sales event, drive off in a brand new Ford Fusion for just $179 a month.
Be sure to see us before you buy.
Bob Rohrman.
Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Ford, just west of the Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road in Schaumburg.
Chapter 13 debt repayment plans deal with lawsuits, foreclosures, car payments, credit cards, payday loans, repos, tax debts, medical bills, and more. I'm attorney Peter Francis Geraci. Get one lower payment for all debt and stop creditors now. Call us for a free phone mini consultation or log on to infotapes.com.
If you're worried about debt, call now to see if you qualify. 1-800-401-4010.
In August 2015, the PGA Championship will return to Whistling Straits. Drama will unfold over every dune as the strongest field in golf collides. Go to PGAChampionship.com to purchase your tickets today. This is Major. This is the PGA Championship.
Welcome back. All kinds of encouraging signs from last night's blowout win in Brooklyn. Derrick Rose looking fast and explosive, running the offense with efficiency. He put up 13 points and 7 assists in just 23 minutes. Meanwhile, the ultimate X factor, Niko Mirotic, regained his shooting touch. He knocked down 6 of 11 threes, including 3 straight, to blow the game wide open late in the third quarter. The Bulls figured to have one of the league's deepest benches heading into the postseason. Joining us now is Vincent Goodwill, our Bulls insider from CSNChicago.com, just back from Brooklyn. Vinny, let's start with Niko Mirotic. Why did it take him 80 games to decide to ditch the pump fake and just shoot the ball when he's open? And on top of that, how do you envision his role in the playoffs?
Well, Mark, you know what? I think old habits are hard to break. When he came from overseas, he had the reputation of being a great shooter, but the thing was he did a lot of things off the bounce, and catching and shooting with no rhythm just wasn't very easy to him. So I believe at halftime last night, Derrick Rose, not the most vocal guy, came to him and said, hey, you know what? They're giving you the open shot. That's the shot that you have to take. That's the shot that you're going to have to make.
Well, let's look at the possible opponents in round one. Washington upset the Bulls in just 5 games last season, but the Bulls look like a much stronger and deeper team this time around. What are the biggest challenges in facing Washington?
Well, if you play Washington, I think the biggest challenge is containing John Wall. The guy's an end-to-end fast break guy. He's probably matching Derrick Rose as far as being able to switch directions and put stress on the defense with the dribble. And you always worry about what they do inside with Marcin Gortat, and Nene. But this is a different Bulls team than last year. They're not going to beat up the Bulls on the interior. Of course, you have to worry about Paul Pierce big shots late in the game, which speaks to wanting to have Niko Mirotic in the game down the stretch, not wanting to be exploited by a veteran like Paul Pierce. But I think that the Wizards, if they get him, I don't think it's going to be a 5-game easy series like it was last year.
If the Bulls get Milwaukee, that's probably the most favorable matchup, but then we remember Michael Carter-Williams made life miserable for the Bulls' smaller guards in their last game, and the Bucks' overall length can create some problems, don't you think?
Oh, definitely. I think that's the biggest strength of that Bucks team is their youth. They can get out and run, and they have so many guys at 6'5", 6'6", to that 6'8" range, from Middleton to the Greek Freak to Michael Carter-Williams to any range of players that's just interchangeable from that point guard to that power forward spot. I do think the Bulls have enough on the wings to be able to contain Milwaukee and maybe make this a 5-game series, because Milwaukee is just so inexperienced in terms of playing high-intensity playoff basketball. I think they will be the most favorable matchup, but again, once the playoffs start, anything can happen.
Yes, it's almost playoff time, and you can follow Vincent's coverage at CSNChicago.com. The playoffs will start on Saturday for the Bulls, but they'll wrap up their regular season schedule tomorrow night with the top-seeded Atlanta Hawks in town. We'll have that game for you on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Will Purdue joins me for pregame live at 6:30. Then Neil and Stacy have the call at 7 o'clock.
16 current Blackhawks have won a Stanley Cup with a team, but to help win a 3rd in 6 years, a pair of veterans, including one who's retiring after this season, were brought in to bolster the roster. As Chris Bowden tells us, they hope their familiarity with the playoff grind can help make an impact towards another Hawks Cup.
I know inside my head this is the last run I have, and but I go game by game.
A lot of good memories in playoffs and a lot of good runs, and Conn Smythe obviously is something to draw on.
Brad Richards and Kimmo Timonen have 31 NHL seasons and more than 200 career NHL playoff games between them. That experience led them to the Blackhawks and the team to them, now hoping that this season their best is yet to come for another cup run over the next 2 months.
It's amazing what your mind can do with just excitement and a new beginning. So, but that's the same with 15 other teams. Everybody's in the same boat. I think you always, the older you get, you learn how to handle those ups and downs. And losing a game is not the end of the world. Just as winning the game doesn't mean you're going to do anything either. I think that when you're younger and you're going through it, you kind of tend to ride those roller coasters a lot higher and a lot lower.
The 34-year-old Richards was the playoff MVP 11 years ago in Tampa Bay and came within 3 wins of a second cup with the Rangers last year. The 40-year-old Timonen hopes this final run pushes him to his previous level of play after being sidelined with blood clotting issues all season before his trade here. The Hawks kept him from the Cup 5 years ago. His quest now begins against his first NHL team.
It kind of gives me some extra energy and extra excitement. I was there 8 years, and 1 year I was a captain there, and I had a good time there and played a lot of games there. So I'm extra motivated, and excitement is building up inside of me. So it's a good sign. And first 5 to 10 games were hard. I didn't skate for 10 months, and I knew it's going to be hard. It's not easy to jump in to play games when it actually matters. So I won't be nervous. That's one of the things. I've been there a few times, and I do whatever it takes. It doesn't matter if it's 6 minutes, 20 minutes. It doesn't matter to me. This was the moment I was waiting for, and that's why I'm really excited about it. And I can't wait to get in Nashville and get this thing started.
With the Blackhawks, Chris Bowden, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thank you, Chris. It's time for Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. Experience could matter this postseason. Blackhawks players have played in over 1,000 more playoff games than the Predators. The Hawks also have 24 players who've won the Stanley Cup, compared to only 2 on Nashville. 8 players will be making their postseason debut for the Predators, compared to just 6 for the Hawks. Comcast Business, built for business.
After a quick timeout, we head back out to Wrigley Field. Kelly Crawlin caught up with tonight's starting pitcher, Jake Arrieta, to find out what he's learned about the Cubs through the first week of the season. The city of Chicago begins preparations to host the NFL Draft. One of the top prospects will be visiting Hallis Hall tomorrow. Those stories next on Sportsnet Central.
Catch was my therapy growing up. With a ball and glove, my dad and I could work out anything. Today, I have my own kids. Hey, want to play some catch?
Sure.
And catch is still my therapy.
Good.
All right, give me a fastball here. Whoa. Just 2 people, a ball, and a backyard. And the comfort of home.
Every home has a story. Tell yours at ColdwellBanker.com.
How am I at home? Getting out of my bed, looking out, seeing the city, seeing people that I grew up with every day, getting off on Damon. That's when everything started to click. You kind of feel like a performer. Everybody's trying to get everything set up to see you perform. Me being from Chicago, it's personal. I was one of them kids that wasn't supposed to be where I'm at right now, and I'm able to affect so many lives.
Everyone builds dream houses. But when you dream, you close your eyes. That's why you need a guide. To see if it's too close to the train. To line up a good school. And remind you of the cost of a pool. With a RE/MAX agent, you will see how much better than a dream home the right home can be. RE/MAX. Dream with your eyes open.
When the world grows too intrusive, escape to one that's all your own. The incredibly spacious Acura RDX. Create your own space in the world.
Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Acura dealer for attractive offers on the RDX.
Welcome back. The historic Auditorium Theater is usually the stage for the Joffrey and Royal Ballets, but on Thursday the 30th, a little more than 2 weeks from now, it will be the center of the NFL universe when Chicago becomes Draft Town. Across the street from the theater, a portion of Grant Park will be transformed into a venue called Selection Square, a fan experience that's free of charge for everyone. Well, you know, we were just talking. We know the Bears have an interest in quarterbacks in this year's draft, and tomorrow they will host none other than Jameis Winston at Hallis Hall. The Bears hold the 7th pick overall, but the former Heisman winner is expected to go 1st or 2nd overall. However, considering the Bears are bringing him in, it's clear they would like to learn a little bit more about the signal caller.
Now back to the Cubs, who really have to like their chances tonight, going up against Cincinnati with Jake Arrieta on the mound. Arrieta took no hitters into the 7th inning twice last season against the Reds, and he finished with a complete game 1-hitter with 13 strikeouts back in September. Jake made some time for a pregame chat with our Kelly Kroll.
All right, thanks a lot. Here with Jake Arrieta before the 2nd start of the season, and really your 2015 campaign couldn't have got off to a better start. 7 scoreless. How do you build on that? How do you make it a consistent thing for you every time out?
Well, it's just kind of part of the routine, you know, at this point in time to find the things I liked, you know, that I can carry into the next start, and also trying to pinpoint the things that I can be better at. You know, decrease the walks, trying to get a little deeper into the game. You know, try and you know, start off without a leadoff walk, so that would probably help next time. Other than that, just kind of continuing to build on the positives.
What are you learning about this team, especially coming off such a big win in Colorado, pull that series, and now you guys go within the division? What are you learning about this team that's maybe different from a year ago?
You know, the final game of that Colorado series, Dexter coming up with that huge home run, gives us that sense that we can win big games. We can come from behind, regardless of how the start of the game plays out. We should never be out of it. So that should breed a lot of confidence throughout the clubhouse. With all these guys, and you know, the camaraderie here is continuing to build, and it's something that you know, takes time sometimes, but you know, over the past 4 or 5 days we've become a lot closer, you know, than we were throughout spring, and that's kind of something that good teams do.
Well, and we've seen so far you guys collect a couple wins. Now, what does it mean to be doing it within the division as well? I mean, you did it with the Cardinals, but now with the Reds. Yeah, well, you know, we know these are the teams that we're going to have to go through if we want to accomplish our goals. You know, if we want to win the division, if we want to get to the postseason, we're going to have to go through these guys. We feel like we're well prepared. We're you know, in a position where the guys in this clubhouse are more than good enough to win ball games on a consistent basis. So it's just a matter of now going out and proving it. And I think we're off to a pretty good start. Jake Arrieta going for number 2 in a row here against the Reds.
All right, Kelly, thank you very much. And you can watch Jake Arrieta take the mound against Cincinnati at the top of the hour right here on Comcast Sportsnet. We're coming back with more Sportsnet Central after a quick timeout.
Is there such a thing as a sure thing in business? Some say buy gold. Others say buy soybeans. I say buy Comcast Business Internet. Unlike internet providers that slow down when traffic picks up, you get speed you can rely on. It's a safe bet. Like a gold-plated soybean.
Reliably fast internet starts at $69.95 a month. Comcast Business, built for business.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor, available at O'Reilly Auto, Lowe's, Pep Boys, Target, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Everybody always thought they had the blueprint on how to beat Floyd Mayweather.
Manny's a better fighter, and we're going to win this fight.
I was born a winner, and I would die a winner.
The best in the world. Floyd Mayweather is a dose of cold reality.
This is Manny Pacman Pacquiao. The wait is over. Watch it live Saturday, May 2nd on DirecTV pay-per-view.
The simple truth is, sometimes life isn't just.
Someone crosses over the line. The best laid plans fail, or the sky falls, and lives are changed forever, and people suffer. And when that happens, you might find a system that is not just. That's the reason I began my career, because even when life isn't just, there can be justice, and everyone deserves justice.
The whole town is talking about Webb Ford's cars, trucks, and SUVs. Hurry in and get a hot deal on a 2014 Fiesta, Focus, or Fusion. Drive home a 2014 Taurus, Escape, or Edge. Imagine yourself in a 2014 Flex, Explorer, or Expedition. Make the dream real with a new 2014 Mustang. Come to our showroom today and take a test drive. Our friendly sales staff is here for you. Visit Webb Ford in Highland, Indiana.
See your Webb family dealer today.
The Blackhawks page on CSNChicago.com.
We have a score alert from Cleveland. White Sox, Indians squaring off top of the first. If you don't like certain situations, certain scenes, you don't want to see this. Scary moment for Carlos Carrasco. Melky Cabrera with a rocket right back, and it hits Carrasco in the face. He would stay down for several minutes, clearly in pain, obviously done for the day. He was helped off. He was put into a cart and taken off the field. After an Adam LaRoche RBI groundout made it 1-0, Avi Garcia goes back up the middle. Cabrera scores. It's a 2-0 game. That is where it stands now. They are in the bottom of the second.
And, of course, we'll have all the highlights and reaction at 10 o'clock. Earlier in the show, we asked who's going to win the playoff series between the Blackhawks and Predators. Bill going with the Hawks in 5 because Nashville always falls apart in the playoffs. Plus, Kane. You could add he's got the mullet going as well. Josh says if there are no major injuries to the Hawks and the whole team plays hard, Hawks win it in 6. We thank everyone for your responses and your optimism.
Hawks fans, how would you like to go to Game 3 against the Preds at the United Center? Win a pair of tickets to Game 3. Tell us who you think will score the game-winning goal in tomorrow night's Game 1. Visit CSNChicago.com. GWG Challenge to enter.
How about Kane scoring the winning goal? That would be a nice symmetry.
Speaking of Kane,
7 weeks.
We can start our mullets right now. You think?
I could try. I think you got a lot of work.
I got a long ways to go.
Time to clear the decks for Cubs baseball. Thanks for watching Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business.
Don't forget, for sports information 24/7, visit us at CSNChicago.com. That is it for us. We will see you back here tonight after our baseball coverage. Until then, for Mark, I'm Kip. Thanks for watching.
Let's get this started. Push harder, run faster, get stronger. Throw on our jerseys and head north. Paint the red line blue. Maybe play 2. It's a brand new day. So let's ditch the ketchup and pour on the mustard. It's time to turn this corner. The winds are shifting. Your 2015 Chicago Cubs. Let's go. Get tickets at Cubs.com.
When a day's work was mining for gold under the frozen ground for 12 straight hours, happy hour had a whole new meaning. And when the men sat down for their banquet, Mr. Coors brought a beer worthy of the occasion, a beer that's still known as the banquet beer.
If you have claustrophobia, you don't want to be an working man. But this moisture meter lets me know I'm in the right place. Because for a colony of termites, these few drops are like the River Nile. But my specialized protection plan will help prevent termites from reaching this fertile valley. To catch a pest, you have to think like a pest. Not just in any home, in your home.
Honda's the only company ever to win both the Indy 500
and a Supercross Racing Championship.
They were also the first to come up with this, the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, where you can get great deals on almost everything Honda makes, including the sporty Civic, named best value in its class. Get great deals on Civics right now.
The Honda Dream Garage Sales Event. Get a dream deal on a Civic with standard rear-view camera. Now, at your Honda dealer.
Every pitcher has a different routine. Before I pitch, I hit Subway for my go-to. Have for years. Fresh made turkey and cheese on 9-grain wheat with jalapenos, mustard, and a little bit of vinegar, followed by a steady diet of fastballs.
After reaching a Rocky Mountain high with a come-from-behind win in Denver, the Cubs returned to Wrigley Field, powered by Jorge Soler. And the comeback Cubs walked off with their 3rd consecutive win. The famous corner of Clark and Addison here in Chicago. We're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. The first place Chicago Cubs welcome in the Cincinnati Reds for the 2nd game of a 3-game series. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Jim DeShays, I'm Len Casper. I know it's 6 games in, but it's nice to say the first place Cubs. They've won 3 in a row, and they've gotten great output here lately from their outfield.
Yeah, a lot of contributions from a lot of different people. The bullpen has been outstanding. We're going to focus, however, on a couple of outfielders. Jorge Soler, the youngster, big night last night, 3 out of 5 with a couple of 2-run home runs. And Chris Coughlin, who really finished the season well last year, off to a great start here again in 2015.
John Lester still trying to get settled in as a Cub. Jake Arrieta definitely got settled in last year, and a terrific performance in his first start last week.
Yeah, nice to see him pick up where he left off last year. A little wobbly in the first inning. He walked a couple in that first inning, but settled in and did what Jake frequently does. 7 innings of shutout baseball, allowed just 3 hits while striking out 7.
And he has not allowed an earned run over his last 3 starts dating back to last year. Young right-hander Anthony DeSclafani, as they say, he likes his fastball.
Yeah, he does. An important start for him because the Reds bullpen, even though it's early in the season, they've been used a lot. So Brian Price is going to ask him to go deep into this ball game.
So the Cubs have won 3 straight. The Reds have dropped 3 in a row. Jake Arrieta will take the ball against the NL Central rival Reds next.
Ford is taking the EcoBoost Challenge all across America.
Here we go.
Check out Escape and find out why Ford is the brand more people buy and buy again.
Wow. That's a 4-cylinder? I thought it was a 6. I definitely feel the EcoBoost in the Ford Escape. That's like a sports car. I just opened my trunk with my foot. I prefer, without a doubt, the Escape over the CR-V.
Take the EcoBoost Challenge and get an Escape with 0% financing plus $500 cash back, plus $750 competitive owner cash, or lease for only $199 a month.
It's the Gerald Kia of Naperville Grand Opening Celebration. Celebrate with us at our new location on Aurora and Ogden Avenue in Naperville.
The all-new Gerald Kia of Naperville, designed exclusively for you. Created with advanced technology, driven to give you the latest in luxury.
We're celebrating by giving you the biggest discounts of the year. All backed by the Gerald exclusive lifetime warranty. Come in today to celebrate the grand opening of the all-new Gerald Kia of Naperville.
Last week, Petey put on his little red hat and grabbed his shovel to plant his new tree. But Petey forgot one thing. He didn't contact Julie and took out the neighbor's cable lines. So they missed the big game. They're not happy with Petey anymore. He should have contacted Julie 2 business days before he started by simply calling 811 or going online at IllinoisOneCall.com. It's a free service. Don't be a Petey.
Jake Arrieta is ready to work against Billy Hamilton, who did not play last night. We'll get the rest of the Reds lineup here in a second. And why wouldn't Jake be anxious to face this team? A couple of different occasions last year, he almost threw a no-hitter against them.
He's a predator. He's like, let's go, let's get it on. I'm ready.
So Arrieta's first offering is a fastball right down Main Street on Hamilton for strike 1. His last start against the Reds, a complete game, 1-hit shutout. September 16th of last season.
A little wobbly with his command first inning of his last start, but typically Arrieta comes out of that bullpen throwing bullets, and there's a 92-mile-an-hour cutter. You got the swing and miss on there.
Strike 3 on the inside. Comeback sinker caught the corner. Now the rest of the Reds Southwest starting lineup. You just saw Billy Hamilton, Joey Votto off to a really good start. Frazier, Phillips, Bruce, and Bird in the middle. Brian Pena in there once again for Devin Mesoraco. Zach Cozart, the shortstop, and Anthony DeSclafani, the pitcher. High 95 on Votto.
Dismissed with that sinker down below the knees. Our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Jake Arrieta. Pursuing mediocrity. 10-5 with a .253 last year for the big right-hander.
I think the point of that sponsorship, JD, is that you're always pursuing it, and you never quite
get there. It's just dangling out there beyond our reach.
2 hits, a triple, and a double for Votto last night, but it was after the leadoff double in the 10th. Base running gaff as he got thrown out at third. Lifts this ball into deep left. Coghlan takes a look back, and right on the edge of the warning track, he makes a catch. 2 outs.
2 quick outs for Arrieta here in the first. Let's see who joins Coghlan defensively for the Cubs tonight. Fowler, center, Soler. He threw a man out at third base last night. He did everything well. Herrera gets a start at third tonight. Castro and Alcantara up the middle. Rizzo at first. Montero behind the plate. For our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, Jake Arrieta.
There you go.
And one of these days, he may get that perfecto.
Frazier tied for the major league lead with 9 RBIs. Popped him up on the infield. It'll be the shortstop, Castro. Cubs coming up after the Reds are kept scoreless.
Since 1971, what's made us different has made us great. We invented low fares and made sure bags fly free. And now our bold new look puts our heart front and center for everyone to see. Others follow the pack, we'll follow our heart. Because at Southwest, bold is in our blood.
Follow a few streams. The weekend is just the beginning. So start this weekend at the Bass Pro Shops Workender event and sale. And check out Sun Tracker, America's favorite pontoon boats. Now with the best factory warranty in the pontoon business.
People are switching to T-Mobile. Even Verizon customers are jumping to America's fastest 4G LTE network. From the Bay Area to the Big Apple. Ready, set, switch to the data strong network.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT, mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
Jake Arrieta went 1-2-3. Right-hander Anthony DeSclafani, making his Wrigley Field debut, faced the Cubs as a Marlin last year. And swinging away, Dexter Fowler. Fouls off. If the Cubs leadoff man reaches via a hit, Denny's Beverage Depot will make a $100 donation to Make-A-Wish, Illinois. Here's the 0-2 off the outside corner.
DeSclafani last year with the Marlins pitched 13 times at the big league level, a handful of starts. He also worked out of the pen. Got a good heater, 2 and a 4-seam fastball, slider, and a changeup.
.6'2", 180. This might be playable for Frazier, and it is. Wind is not a factor. East at what they're saying is 2 miles an hour, 51 degrees as we get started. As the Cubs Southwest starting lineup, Rizzo coming up, Soler with 2 homers last night, scored the game-winning run as well. Chris Coghlan off to a great start. Castro, Montero, Alcantara with his first hit of the season. It was a game winner. The pitcher Arrieta and the third baseman Herrera. 3 games in, the Cubs were batting 140 as a team. They had scored 3 runs total. Their last 3 games, 22 runs and a team OPS of over 900.
Hitting the ball with authority, extra base hits, balls leaving the ballpark. They've been working walks.
Rizzo in the air, shallow left. Bird dives, and he's got it. Second great catch in this series by Marlon Byrd. Last night a little bit of a bigger one in terms of the game situation, but that was a really nice grab right there.
Yeah, indeed it was. Last night, cutting across the outfield, he made a catch on a sinking line drive. Here a little flare off the bat of Rizzo. Looked like it might drop in for a knock. But the veteran Marlon Byrd makes a nice play for the young right-hander.
So 2 outs and a nice hand for Jorge Soler. Second career 2-homer game last night. Added an outfield assist as well. And takes a strike.
So the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Reds. You look at the numbers for DeSclafani last year with the Marlins. 2-2 with a .627.
Over in that Matt Latos deal over the winter.
Originally signed by the Blue Jays and was part of that huge deal a couple of years ago between Toronto and the Marlins. The Burley, Reyes, and on deal. There was like 12 guys made the move in that trade.
Pitch wasn't where DeSclafani wanted it, but he thought it was a strike on a changeup. And fouled back. Cubs have come up with some big hits with 2 strikes. There's Coghlan on deck. Swing and a miss for strike 3. So both starters with a clean first.
There are other luxury cars starting around $29,900. But when put to the challenge, not one of them made this kind of, what's the word? Impact. The Audi A3, the only car in its class to receive both a 5-star overall safety rating and IIHS Top Safety Pick. Experience the Spring of Audi sales event today and get exceptional values on the Audi you've always wanted.
Hi, everybody. It's Pat Hughes from Binny's Beverage Depot. What an amazing starting lineup. I'm looking out at over 6,000 wines, plus the all-star team at Binny's are the most knowledgeable and friendly in the business. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Right now, you can get 2 Arby's Euros for just $6. That's a euro for the hand that does stuff well, and a euro for the hand that tries, but can't. Arby's, we have the meats.
Running out of space? We can help you with a mortgage or a home equity loan for something bigger and better. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Well, welcome back to Wrigley Field. We're scoreless here at the top of the second. We just got our first sight of Jorge Soler after an incredible evening last night. And Joe Madden went on to say that this is a guy who we're so, as human beings, want to equate size with maturity. And he says it's hard not to do that with him. At just 23 years old, he really does have a great grasp at the plate, though, able to look over a pitch, great feel, and an incredible understanding of how to work an at-bat. And maybe the most impressive thing he said about watching him is the way he will the ability to make adjustments while he's up there. And he said last night, guys, we watched him go right, left, and then out to dead center. And all of that, of course, he's doing as he's watching the game. And maybe, JD, you can expand upon all of that.
Yeah, he's just an impressive young player, and maybe said best earlier. Well, let's watch this play here.
Picked up by Arrieta, and he gets Phillips. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Well done. Len and I were in the press dining room here just a little while ago, and we're talking with a couple of scouts. Gori Lakey, who's been in the game for about 50 years, said it best. I think he said Soler makes the park play small, both at the plate and in the field, because of his power and his arm. He's a man-child, big, strong kid. And, you know, the assumption is young players are going to get better and better. I don't know. He's so good right now. He's such a finished product in many ways. But if he does get better,
look out.
Hang with him, National League pitchers.
Jay Bruce, 2 hits, 2 RBIs in the ball game last night. Reds won their first 4, all in their final at bat. They have now dropped 3 straight. They had a couple of different 3-run leads, 3-0 and 6-3, and did not close the deal last night.
Yeah, they've got bullpen issues. They did last year. They were near the bottom of the league in terms of bullpen ERA, and they are again here in the early going this year.
Two and 1 on Jay Bruce. Pitched by Arrieta. That's that lane changing slider.
Yeah, just great late movement. Yeah, backdoor cutter maybe.
Yep.
Go-to pitch for him, and we saw this in his last start with Montero back there, shaking a couple times to get to that pitch. That's a favorite pitch of Arrieta, and the longer they work together, the more you'll probably see Montero start to call it more frequently instead of Arrieta having to shake to it.
2, and Bruce stays alive.
Cub fans, let's go. The Chicago Cubs look to make some noise here at Wrigley Field. We got the Reds again tomorrow night, and then a weekend set with the Fighting Friars. That would be the San Diego Padres. Tickets are still available for every game, and they can be yours at Cubs.com. That's a new look Padre team. Should be fun to watch this weekend.
Montero just could not hang on to it.
Bruce won't be able to complain about not having a pitch. It was over the heart of the plate.
Bird on deck. Another 3-2 and another foul. Arrieta's home numbers just off the charts as a Chicago Cub. His last 14 starts in this ballpark, a 1.35 ERA. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 95 on the fastball.
Bruce hung in there, had a lengthy at bat, but tough to get a piece of that elevated heater at 95. Yeah, so Jake said he's a candidate for the Dorothy Gale There's No Place Like Home award. Of course, he's been good just about everywhere, but unbelievably good here at Wrigley.
I thought it was the Vince Neil Home Sweet Home award. Okay. They're competing awards. Different groups vote. Strike one on Marlon Byrd. He referenced his defense earlier. Made a nice diving catch to rob Anthony Rizzo. And also robbed Wellington Castile, probably a game-winning knock in the bottom of the ninth last night.
Arrieta pitch away, perhaps, from going 6 up, 6 down to start this ball game, and that's what he did so often last year. Typically, first 3 innings, maybe not typically, but quite often, just blow through that opposing lineup, really set the tone.
Jake's got that flat build cap working tonight, doesn't he? Looks like he just pulled it right out of the box. This guy's worked that bill in a little bit, kind of curve it.
It's a look.
Breaking ball is hit in the air to center. Easy play for Dexter Fowler. Ho hum, Jake Arrieta. 1, 2, 3 for the second straight inning.
Oh, new Corolla.
Looks fun.
Fun? It's got Bluetooth connectivity, an Entune audio system, and even voice recognition.
Cool.
So how about a test drive?
Yeah.
Woohoo!
I thought I was gonna drive.
She's in the zone.
Woo!
Get 0% APR financing on an exciting new 2015 Corolla or lease Corolla for just $169 a month.
It all starts at Toyota. Let's go places!
Save big at Menards. How big? 11% big. This big. Bigger. 11% bigger. With 11% make it brighter. No, 11% brighter. Softer? 11% softer. Save 11% on blocks. Every block. Save 11% on appliances. All appliances. Save 11% on paint. That's right, all the paint. From this to this, or even this. There's no end to the possibilities with an 11% rebate on your entire purchase. Hurry in for big savings.
I love my Mileage Plus Explorer card.
We're saving our United miles for a trip to Hawaii.
We love free check bags.
I've saved $75 in check bag fees.
No foreign transaction fees means real savings.
We can go to any country and spend money the way we would in the U.S.
One of the best things about priority boarding is you can just get on the plane and relax.
I put everything on the Explorer card. I really want my United miles.
Well, tomorrow night, game 1 of the Western Conference quarterfinals as the Blackhawks face off with the Nashville Predators. Get ready for the series with Chevy. Blackhawks pregame live at 7 here on CSN. Should be a great series. We have seen 9 batters in this game through an inning and a half. Nobody has reached. The Cubs will send Coghlan, Castro, and Montero. against Anthony DeSclafani, New Jersey native. Pitching in this ballpark for the first time. Big night for Coghlan last night. 3 for 4, a double, a homer, a walk. All the hits were off Mike Leake. He's now 8 for 8 lifetime, and he was 1 for 1 against DeSclafani, but he finally makes it out against him. So he's now 1 for 2.
Coghlan coming off a very good year. He had a good spring. We got into that one last night, and he absolutely owns Mike Leake. And saw some comments from Leake in the Cincinnati paper today. And he said, I'm going to have to go review some video. I've got to come up with a different plan against Chris Coghlan.
Just took some more ground balls at third today. After filling in there last night. Tommy LaStella has gone to the disabled list with right rib cage inflammation. The Cubs have recalled lefty Zach Rosscup from AAA Iowa to help out the bullpen. 1-1 on Starlin Castro.
Sclafani appears to have a pretty solid, repeatable delivery. Pretty good life on the fastball.
Probably won't see Hector Rondon tonight. He has been a busy guy. But when you're winning games, usually your bullpen is a little beaten up. You're using your top guys to close out games.
That's where it's nice to develop depth in that bullpen and have other guys you can rely on to hold leads late, aside from your typical 8th and 9th inning guys. I think Joe Madden would tell you he does have that kind of depth down there. He has a lot of confidence in Neil Ramirez. Jason Mott done that job very well in the past.
So Castro draws the 1-out walk. Becomes the first runner tonight. It's Miguel Montero. Pinch hit walk late last night. Finished the game as the catcher. Talking with Joe Madden today, he said he would have pinch run Travis Wood for Montero if he had a full bench late in the game last night, but he didn't. And actually, Montero with a good piece of base running on that catch by Bird. As Miguel went halfway to third, but then was able to spot the fact that Bird caught the ball and he got back to second in time.
Sclafani does not have a big body of work at the big league level. So far in his career, left-handers have had their way with him, hitting .347.
See that All-Star Game patch on the right sleeve. The city of Cincinnati will host the Midsummer Classic this season. Goes the runner, and Montero fouls off. Hit and run attempt. Okay, this Friday, April 17th, the Cubs welcome in the Padres at 1:20 in the first 10,000 fans in attendance. We'll get a Cubs winter aviator hat presented by Pepsi. For more info or to purchase seats, visit Cubs.com. Two and two. Contra on deck, hitting 7th tonight. Cubs will have yet another off day before that weekend series against San Diego. Night game tomorrow and then off on Thursday. Full count, 3-2. And pretty good bet Castro will be on the move here.
And if you are running here, if you're Starlin Castro, you have to take the mindset that you're trying to steal a base. A lot of times on 3-2 base runners are, well, it's going to be, you know, contact or ball 4. But just in case there's a swing and miss, you don't want to. You want to give yourself every chance to steal that bag, especially with a righty on the mound. Get an aggressive lead and get a good jump.
There he goes. Montero fouls.
It used to be base runners in this situation were taught, you know, you don't have to get a great jump. You know, the burden's on the hitter to either put the ball in play or take ball 4. So don't get picked off. Well, don't get picked off, but still don't make any assumptions. Go ahead and get yourself a good lead and a good break.
Yeah, we're in the era of the strikeout. As you said, you don't want to take it for granted. The guy's going to make contact.
Don't want to play it too safe. It's like a battleship in the harbor. It's safe, but he's got to get out of there to do any damage. You got to get out of the harbor.
Yep. He runs again, and Montero fouls yet again.
He's getting his sprint work in here.
Madden, game 7, continues to hit the pitcher 8th. So far, so good. He likes how it has felt. Castro runs, and he somehow got out of the way. They're still going to turn it. 4-6-3. Although I guess if it had hit him, it would have been a dead ball. The inning continues.
In hindsight, but
yeah, inning over.
He's eating the evidence! You're under arrest for possession of a fancy pastry and a charger. You're a disgrace to the 8-speed, 485 horsepower. It's not mine. I'm just holding it for friends. Tell it to the judge, mon chéri.
Some things you just don't do in a Dodge. Now during award season, get 0% APR or $2,500 cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash. Plus current loyal owners get $1,000 bonus cash on Grand Caravan.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced, or descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Save big at Menards. How big? 11% big. This big. Bigger. 11% bigger. With 11% make it brighter. No, 11% brighter. Softer? 11% softer. Save 11% on blocks. Every block. Save 11% on appliances. All appliances. Save 11% on paint. That's right, all the paint. From this to this, or even this. There's no end to the possibilities with an 11% rebate on your entire purchase. Hurry in for big savings.
This award season, the red carpet has shades of green. The spotlight shines all day. And the best four-wheeler of the year lets you go where others can't. So you end up with the best seats in the house. The 2015 Jeep Award Season event. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on Jeep Cherokee Latitude front-wheel drive for $199 a month.
Follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long on Comcast Sportsnet, brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. So we mentioned the roster move earlier. Tommy La Stella to the DL. The Cubs choosing not to replace him with a position player, but Zach Roskup in the bullpen.
Yeah, no Chris Bryant. Obviously, there's a Chris Bryant angle, it seems like, every day, whether you want to invent it or not. But you know, Theo kind of left open that possibility. He said he didn't want to speculate. He was asked directly, could we see him this homestand? I think it would still be a surprise, but these injuries have kind of maybe accelerated the timeline a little bit.
Ryan Pena, the switch hitting catcher. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now the reporters talked to Chris Coughlin today. He actually came up as a third baseman. Played it in college. Started in the Marlins minor league system. Miguel Cabrera was the incumbent there, so they moved him to second, and then the Marlins took Dan Uggla in the Rule 5 draft. So it's kind of all hands on deck here for the next few days at third base, at least until Chris Bryant gets here. But Patrick, I was talking to JD off the air. I think it's kind of fun that, you know, everybody here kind of knows that at some point there's going to be a guy playing third base every day, and he's not on the current roster, but that esprit de corps, whatever Joe called it the other day, maybe kind of exists at that position right now with everybody pitching in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought up esprit de corps. That was a good Joe Maddenism that had us Googling it. But, you know, I think this is a big, you know, part of what Joe Madden is about, that he likes versatility. He doesn't like, you know, throwing out the same lineup every single day. And even Chris Bryant, I think there's still a little bit of a question of whether or not he is going to stick at third base. I know we're kind of penciling him in here for the next 7 years.
Nice play by Arrieta. 1 away.
But as a guy who's 6'5", you know, who's drawn comparisons to Jason Worth, you know, maybe he does wind up in the outfield. I think that's why, you know, JD, we see all these kind of moving pieces with whether it's Russell, Starlin.
Yeah, I fully expect when Chris gets up here that, you know, he'll be taking some fly balls in the outfield and ultimately may find a little playing time out there. And I think if you're Joe Madden, and if you play for Joe Madden, you fairly quickly realize that he really values versatility. So, if, you know, grab a glove, go take ground balls. If you're an outfielder, go shag fly balls. If you're an infielder, make yourself available to do any number of jobs.
Well, even, you know, we talk about the team concept, but, and I know, JD, you've mentioned this before, that there's some, quote, selfishness that can exist in this sport that is not considered a pejorative term. In other words, if you're Chris Coughlin and you want to be a Cub for a long time, yeah, you're not going to just be able to play left field, because the Cubs have outfielders coming, and I think him grabbing that infielder's glove every once in a while makes him more indispensable, so to speak.
Absolutely.
It's one thing to help the team, but you've got your own career to think about too. 2-2 on Zach Cozart.
Yeah, and I think, too, you know, over the past few years, we've come to realize the value of platoon splits, left-handed at-bats versus right-handed pitchers and vice versa. So if your ability to move around the field gets you into more games against an off-sided pitcher, it's going to help your numbers.
Alcantara, I remember last year, Alcantara came up and played mostly center field, but we've seen him mostly in the infield, really going back to spring training.
And it wasn't that long ago, you know, I remember a scout telling me he thought Alcantara was the best defensive shortstop in the entire organization. That was pre-Addison Russell. I think Alcantara was at AA, but it just shows you, you know, the defensive value that he can bring, and if he can, you know, turn into this Ben Zobrist type of guy, Joe Madden would love to see that.
Strike on the pitcher, DeSclafani, 1 for 11 in his career, 0 for 1 this season.
Not a bad swing. Probably a bad decision to hack at that high fastball, but pretty good looking swing. Arrieta's about to go 9 up, 9 down.
I was going to say, Twitter's going to go crazy here at some point. Good frame job by Montero. Didn't buy the call, however. And it's 1-2. The Reds know all about it. He had them handcuffed a couple of times last year into the late innings. Confident guy, Jake Arrieta, right? He's said some interesting things here the last couple of months.
Yeah, he's been a great quote really since he came up. I mean, he was in Iowa, and you know, he was like, I belong here. I'm going to be in this rotation. And to his credit, you know, he's done it. And I think, I mean, JD, you know, to pitch at this level, you need that that kind of edge. And if you want to be a #1 type starter, you kind of got to talk the game too.
Yeah, well, it's all coming together for him. He obviously has always had top of the rotation stuff. He had command issues when he was in Baltimore. Change of scenery, I think, has done him a world of good. He's an ace.
Nasty curveball. That's not fair against the other pitcher, Patrick Mooney. CSNChicago.com. He covers the Cubs beat. Jake Arrieta hasn't given up a base runner through 3.
The first hybrid in America, a Honda. The first to meet the Clean Air Act standards, a Honda. And now we're the first to do something else, the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event. Right now you can get an amazing deal on a Honda Accord, named a 2015 IIHS Top Safety Pick.
The Honda Dream Garage Sales Event. Get a dream deal on an Accord with standard rearview camera. Now at your Honda dealer.
Country Financial wants to know, what if you could own your future?
I mean, I would spend it with family and friends. Travel more.
Retire. Can make decisions that aren't fear-based about money.
At Country Financial, we take the time to get to know you so we can develop a plan with insurance and financial solutions to help you take charge of where you want to be.
Have that fear removed from my mind.
To help you own your future.
To be in control of your future.
Visit ownyourfuture.com to find a local Country Financial representative today.
SMR indicator to helium.
And there they are, 57 million miles from Earth.
How does it look? Here I go. Roger.
Now he's exited the module, and we are one step from Mars.
1201.
Never miss a moment. Uverse has more live TV channels on the go than cable.
Some kids face difficult challenges, but you can help change that by riding with us at Spin to Break the Cycle, April 18th at House of Blues. This high-energy event supports programs that are reducing violence and creating opportunities. Visit worldsportchicago.org for complete details.
Bottom of the 3rd. 0-0. We've had one base runner, but both starters have faced the minimum. Castro walked with 1 out in the 2nd, but DeSclafani then got a 4-6-3 double play ball. I don't want to make you get out the rule book, but I do believe if Castro had intentionally been hit by that ball, I'm not so sure it would have just been right. You'd have to kind of make it look like it was a mistake for that not to be a double play ball.
Right. I believe so, yeah.
Can't just get in the way of a ground ball because you're sure it's going to be 2 and make it just 1.
It's only been a handful of guys that have those kinds of instincts anyway.
Right. Here's our T-Mobile game changer. Jake Arrieta last year on September 16th. Career high 13 strikeouts, but the Reds didn't have a hit until Brandon Phillips just got one past a diving Matt Caesar with 1 out in the 8th. Jake would finish the game with the 1 hitter. What a performance. One strike on Arrieta as he bats with 1 out.
Jake finished with a 2.53 ERA last year. He threw 156 innings. Remember, he was a little tender to start the year, so he didn't make his first start until May 3rd. So he did not have enough innings to qualify among the league leaders. If he did, he would have been among the league leaders in any number of categories. And remember, he had one just absolutely miserable start in Colorado, gave up 9 runs up in Denver in 5 innings. So if you just throw that one out, you're going to shave a good chunk out of that ERA. But he's on his way. He's fully established now as one of the best starters in this league. Not sure what's going on there.
Jeff Garland maybe in the house. Those were giveaway masks a couple of years ago, I believe, right? Jonathan Herrera, 3rd consecutive start. Mike Olt still day-to-day. La Stella now on the DL. But retroactive to last Thursday, so he's almost halfway through that stint. DeSclafani's been impressive early. No score after 3.
With the dog as a partner, I've got to be up on my voice commands. That's why Xfinity's new voice remote is perfect for me. Find cop shows. I just say it and I see it. Finding my shows has never been easier. Watch Top Chef. The new X1 voice remote from Xfinity is coming soon. Perfect for people who want entertainment the easy way.
Try living off the straight and narrow.
Hey, Jerry. Nice yard. I bet this dead wood really hits home for you. The only thing getting trimmed around here are property values.
Does it ever feel like your yard work is taunting you?
Where you going? The nail salon's the other way.
Take back your yard with professional-grade equipment from Echo. Reliable, easy to use, and backed by a 5-year warranty. Echo. Get serious. During the Echo National Sales Event, get the SRM 225 trimmer for less than $200.
Tomorrow, your Bulls engage top-seeded Atlanta in an exciting regular season finale. Join us for Bulls Pregame Live, presented by Coors Light, and stream the game live on the NBC Sports Live Extra app. Bulls, Hawks, tomorrow at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus.
We are scoreless as we head to the 4th. Every Sunday afternoon here at Wrigley Field is the Kids Sunday. And this Sunday after the ball game, the first 1,000 kids 13 and younger will be allowed on the field to run the bases. For more information on the Cubs Kids Sundays program, visit Cubs.com/kids.
The team with a hit as we get into the 4th. Ball 1 on Billy Hamilton, who leads the majors with 7 stolen bases. He has not yet been caught. That was a problem last year. He stole 56, but he was caught a major league high 23 times. Cornermen are way in on the infield, and there's a line drive, base hit. So Hamilton is on with nobody out. That's the first hit for either club.
Next up, the first baseman, Jimmy Votto.
Hamilton on Friday injured a finger, his left index finger, with a headfirst slide. I think the key number there is the 4 walks. He didn't get on base enough last year.
No, he obviously has the speed you want at the top of the order, but the on-base skills weren't there. At least weren't on display last year. There he goes.
Pitches a strike, the throw backed up by Alcantara, and he's 8 for 8 now. See what the ball was. He had no shot to get him.
He's just so fast, and that's what as a pitcher, you know how much energy do you devote to trying to hold him over there at first base if you're not going to throw him out anyway, especially with a dangerous hitter like Votto in the box. And that's why it's such a great advantage to be hitting behind Billy Hamilton, because of the distractions and the RBI opportunities he's going to provide. He's going to turn a walk or a single into a double in a hurry by stealing that base.
Side to Votto to make it 2-1.
Trying to crowd him with a cut fastball. Looked like it caught the inside corner.
Swing and a miss. 2-2.
This is an interesting matchup because there's 2 very intense performers and 2 guys that are playing at a very high level. Votto, an off year last year, he missed a bunch of time with leg issues, but given what we've seen from him last night and the numbers he's put up so far this year, he appears to be healthy and primed for a big year.
Checked his swing and hit it foul. Looked like Votto passed the home plate umpire Paul Emmel. If that would have been a strike. Emmel back at the plate. Andy Fletcher at first. Jordan Baker at second. Jerry Meals, the crew chief, at third. Full count, 3-2. Another interesting thing about Joey Votto, unlike a lot of hitters today, and they're all encouraged to stay in the box, he rarely walks out of the batter's box. Pitch comes, he barely moves at all, and he's ready to go. He's the Mark Burley of hitters. And he rolls one into right center, and Hamilton will easily score. So Jake Arrieta had gone 26 consecutive innings over his last 3+ starts without allowing an earned run until that RBI single.
Yeah, that's so important to keep Billy Hamilton off the bases.
Watching Hamilton, he was about 3 steps from home plate when that ball was picked up in the outfield. Strike on Frazier. Not hit very hard. They'll still try to turn it, and they can't. Frazier, the fielder's choice, one away.
Double play still in order. Was it Satchel Paige used to talk about cool Papa Bell? He said he was so fast he could turn out the lights, he could under the covers before the room got dark. That's Billy Hamilton's speed. So picks it up, and obviously there was going to be no play on Hamilton.
They should change the rule. If we throw the ball back into the infield before Hamilton's in the dugout, he's out. Breaking ball strike to Brandon Phillips.
Phillips had a big night last night.
Yes, he did. He had 4 hits. And that ball thumped in the left center. He's got 5 hits in the series.
And the one time they got him out last night, he hit a rocket to left.
Well, the Reds have been around forever. And you start to look at Brandon Phillips and where he ranks in team history. Games played, he's 13th on the list. He's closing in on Ted Kluszewski. In about a week, he'll get there. Might get into the top 10 in RBIs at some point this season. He and Joey Votto have now made 846 starts together, the most on the right side of the infield for any tandem in the history of the franchise. He's the all-time leader among Reds second basemen in hits, doubles, homers, and RBIs.
Yeah, besting Joe Morgan in all those categories, the Hall of Famer.
Ground ball, and it's through. Just squirted past a diving Herrera. Throw goes to third, and tumbling is Castro over top of Phillips, and he's safe. Frazier scores 2-0, and now they've got Bruce caught up between first and second. Phillips halfway between third and home. Tag applied. Bruce is out. Boy, that was a discombobulated play, and Brandon Phillips is shaken up.
Yeah, it was a play that I assumed was dead. I thought the play was over, and all of a sudden Jay Bruce started to drift towards second base, and Castro had the presence of mind to find him. A good aggressive base running by Phillips as he initially sees a vacant third base. Castro just does his best to catch that ball, turns, tumbles over Phillips. It looked like Phillips was asking for timeout there, but Jerry Meals, the third base umpire, never signaled timeout, so there's no dead ball situation. And here Castro gets up and sees Bruce just drifting a little too far out to sea, and they get him in a rundown.
So I believe that goes 6-3, 4-3, 5 to get Bruce. Not quite sure what's the issue for Phillips, but he got run over.
Because I think if he's not in pain, he tries to score during that rundown on Bruce, forces him to make a play at home. If you're out at home and Bruce cruises into second base, and he would be in scoring position anyway. But obviously Phillips in a good bit of pain here.
Add Coughlin on that list. 7-6-3-4-3-5. Well, he is not right.
Awkwardly goes down there to try to avoid the tag, and then Castro rolls over the top of him, and he kind of looked all right initially, though, didn't he? When he first got to his knee.
He didn't, though, because he kind of staggered toward home. I thought he was going to try to go, but he didn't quite look right. Let's see.
Who says baseball's not a contact sport?
Yeah, no interference on the play. Contact was made after the ball was caught. So Phillips is going to try to gut it out here. Hey, the Newborn Fan Club is the perfect gift to showcase what it means to be a Cub for life. Get a customized photo of the Wrigley Field marquee, a Cubs birth certificate, baby stocking cap, and a Rookie of the Year onesie. Visit Cubs.com/kids today. So Phillips still at third, 2 outs. We'll keep an eye on him the rest of the night. Two runs in, and Marlon Byrd ground ball, base hit. Phillips jogs home, 3-0. This feels like a couple of innings against John Lester last night. In fact, there were 2 3-run innings in game 1 for the Reds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 singles in this inning.
Yeah, they came into the inning without a hit. Now they've posted 5.
At the plate, the catcher.
Exactly tearing the cover off the ball, but finding holes. Fastball in. Phillips appeared to be moving okay.
So the third 3-run deficit of this series for the Cubs. They erased the previous 2. And while the narrative of the comeback kids is fun, and I'm all for it, JD.
Yeah.
I think ideally you don't want to get down early every night.
No, and you know, Joe Madden talked about it. He said, you know, the whole esprit de corps thing, when you win coming from behind, it provides a real spark in the clubhouse, and I agree with that. As to the carryover effect of that, I don't know, the whole idea that now we have confidence that we can win late. I guess. I know when you lose late, that could be demoralizing. I'm not a big momentum guy. So that little momentum is the next night's starting pitcher. Put a little more stock in that.
Three balls and a strike on Pena. Ball 4. First walk issued by Arrieta.
Well, that's what happens, right? You start giving up hits, and you start to, well, man, bad things are happening when the ball gets put in play, so you get a little more particular, try to pick at corners. And in this instance, Pena shows good patience and takes the walk. Faced 9 through the first 3 innings, and he's about to face his 8th batter here in the 4th.
Curveball missed to Cozart. He's 1 for 5 in the series. He has started every game at short. In fact, the whole Reds infield has, first to third. Votto, Phillips, Cozart, and Frazier. One ball, 2 strikes. Three spot for the Reds here in the 4th inning. Neither team had anything going through the first 3 innings offensively. Fly ball, Fowler coming in, and he'll get there to finally end the inning. 8 batters come to the plate, 3 score. Let's play 2, as Ernie would say.
The Nissan Rogue. With blind spot warning, a round view monitor, and intuitive all-wheel drive. Choose Rogue just $219 per month, or get 0% APR financing. Innovation that excites. Rogue, from the most fuel-efficient lineup in America. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
People are switching to T-Mobile. They're jumping to the network with more data capacity than Verizon to download, post, and stream. Make the switch to the data-strong network today. $1,800.
Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 hits theaters this Friday. So drop everything.
Lights out.
Lights out.
Grab a date.
I'm gonna give you my phone number in case you want to grab a drink sometime.
I don't drink, but I do ride. Ouch. Crusher.
And go see the only comedy that will leave you breathless.
That's orange chicken.
Paul Blart Mall Cop 2. Doors open Friday. Rated PG.
Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 starring Kevin James in theaters April 17th.
Well, welcome back to Wrigley Field. Cubs trailing 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Jake Arrieta getting in some trouble there in that last inning. You saw Miguel Montero kind of pop hop up and head out to the mound to talk to him. It's interesting because these two, of course, worked together the last time out. It would have been Wednesday of last week in St. Louis, and Arrieta said after the game, you know, this is a guy who will come out and basically let me have it. He goes, you know, some pitchers like to have the pats on the back when they're doing a good thing. Others need to basically be yelled at, and that's exactly what Montero did, and we really saw Jake kind of settle in there. Of course, that was his first outing. He said the nerves were working, but we'll see if tonight with those two talking guys, maybe they can work some things out for him as he comes back in the fifth.
Kelly, thank you. His first pitch is fouled away by Dexter Fowler. 1 strike, 3-0 Cincinnati here in the bottom of the 4th.
A good catcher serves as an extra pitching coach out there on the field.
Sure.
And if you have a veteran catcher back there, you have a lot of faith in, and Montero has that reputation. We'll probably see less of Chris Bosio on the field this year because of that.
Yeah, the game planning obviously involves the pitchers and the catchers, and you've got Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, Lester Strode, the bullpen coach, Mike Borzello, who's kind of a catching guru. He's heavily involved with the scouting reports and going over things with the catchers. So the Cubs really believe, as most organizations do, JD, that the pitching is really about the batter, not just the guy on the mound.
No, and that's what you want, a catcher engaged. You know, I've been around some catchers. I've heard stories about some catchers, some very good catchers who didn't want to participate in pregame meetings, didn't want to go over scouting reports. That's not a good thing. And in this day and age, with all the information that's available, I don't think you can have that anymore.
There's Mike Borzello.
He's always pouring over the computer, the video, the scouting reports. That's on him. In Colorado, he had the Hector Rondon. Even the relief pitchers get into it with him.
Diving stop, Brandon Phillips, who nearly left the game after being run over at third base, but the Gold Glove play there, and he's got his hands on his knees again.
4-time Gold Glover, Brandon Phillips. He earned those Gold Gloves. He can flat out play. There's your Xfinity high-speed action. Phillips with a pretty play. Taking away a base hit from Dexter Fowler.
He's got 4 Gold Glove trophies. Brandon Phillips, after tonight, might feel like he went through a Stanley Cup playoff game. Hitters count here to Rizzo. 2-1.
Home run swing. Stefani able to slip the fastball by him.
Didn't we have a series or a game last year in Cincinnati and the Reds lost like 4 guys? Phillips got hurt. I think Skip Schumacher ran into the fence in right.
I'll take your word for it.
Strike called. Remember, Phillips landed awkwardly on his wrist. You have no recollection of this, right?
No, gosh, no.
Frazier makes the catch. There's random things pop into my head. Cozart got hurt.
Frustrating at bat for Rizzo. He knows he had a pitch on 2-0, didn't do anything with, and ultimately popped up.
Hamilton had a hamstring.
Oh yeah, now I got it. Remember it like it was yesterday.
Well, when I was on with the guys on radio on opening night, I referenced the fact the last time the Cubs opened the season at home and won was 1996. And I said that was Pat Hughes' first game. as a Cubs radio broadcaster, and I didn't prep him for this. He said, Len, I remember the day. It was about 35 degrees, cloudless. It was Jamie Navarro. Again, he had the starting pitchers, Andy Ashby. And the Cubs are on the hit board. Soler with a 2-out single. Mark Grace with a solid single to left against Trevor Hoffman in the 10th. I mean, he had every detail. I'm not quite like that. What I remember is kind of more of question marks. Wasn't it this guy who did that against us memories, maybe 2 years ago? Pat and Ron over in the Cubs WBBM radio booth. And the newest members up top, Mark Grody and Dave Miska. Great to have those guys in the radio family here at Wrigley Field. Strike to Coghlan. We got a bunch of tweets, or at least I did last night. Is he wearing his outfielder's glove at third? No. He's got infielder's gloves as well. That would not be something I would think you'd ever see a major leaguer do, where an outfielder's made the infield. One ball, one strike. Deep center. Hamilton backpedaling, and he's got it, and the inning is over. Squared up by Coghlan, but just allowed out. 3-zip Cincinnati.
Welcome to Subway. What can I make for you?
How about something from our new Mediterranean collection? Tender chicken or steak with feta cheese, cucumbers, black olives, and a creamy tzatziki sauce. Hurry in today.
Subway. Eat fresh.
Hi, everybody. It's Pat Hughes from Binny's Beverage Depot. What an amazing starting lineup. I'm looking out at over 3,000 spirits, and the prices, they are the guaranteed lowest on every bottle every day. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth it.
And here we go, folks.
It's your favorite hot dog bun, mustard, and overpriced watered-down beer.
Are you sure you want to eat all that? Because you already weigh more than your team's batting average.
Let's just toast to our anniversary. Oh, no, it's corked.
Let's just watch the game. I tweeted all of your friends to come over, but I guess no one showed up, just like at Mobile Phone Park.
That's okay. I invited one of your friends, too.
There's a long drive, and it's out of here.
Give a real anniversary gift this year. Escape to the Champagne Lodge in Willowbrook, just 25 minutes southwest of Chicago.
It's the Gerald Kia of Naperville Grand Opening Celebration. Celebrate with us at our new location on Aurora and Ogden Avenue in Naperville.
The all-new Gerald Kia of Naperville, designed exclusively for you. Created with advanced technology, driven to give you the latest in luxury.
We're celebrating by giving you the biggest discounts of the year. All backed by the Gerald exclusive lifetime warranty. Come in today to celebrate the grand opening of the all-new Gerald Kia of Naperville.
Blackhawks, Predators, Game 1, tomorrow night at 7 on CSN.
Thursday night, CSN gets you ready for the NBA playoffs with our Bulls playoff previews starting at 10:30 on Sportsnet Central. Rough fourth for Jake Arrieta. Gave up 5 hits and 3 runs as he faces Anthony DeSclafani, who has kept the Cubs to 1 hit and no runs.
That's the good news, the fact that he's got DeSclafani leading off here the 5th. That lengthy 4th, see if he can have a quick top half of the 5th here.
Right back to the mound, snagged by Arrieta for the out. All right, so I saw this story last night. Carter Capps, who's actually AAA in the Marlins organization, has had some big league time. The guy throws like 100 miles an hour. This is his delivery.
Yeah, this is funky how he jumps off the rubber, resets that back foot. So look how close he is to the edge of the mound here when he ultimately lets go of the ball. They've asked for clarification, and Major League Baseball has said that's legal.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
First 2 pitches for him for AAA New Orleans last week were deemed illegal pitches. So that's an automatic ball. So the Marlins front office called MLB and said, no, wait a second. Let's get a clarification, because when he's back, we've got to make sure he's okay.
It's kind of like Jordan Walden, who we saw with the Cardinals, the former Brave, former Angel. He's got a little bit of a jump in his delivery too, but it's not as pronounced as this kid. And it's going to be interesting, because basically what they're saying is that a pitcher can break contact with the rubber, reset his plant foot, and then pitch, which a lot of guys used to do illegally, to gain an advantage. That's kind of an old, kind of sly move guys used to employ.
Yeah, so the issue, he said, was elevation. They don't want his foot to get too high in the air. They want it to make it more lateral, in his words. Arrieta, great job. Got over to the railing first and then made the catch. So I guess what they're saying, JD, is that his motion, that he doesn't really stop, that this is all part of the same motion, this hop and the whole deal.
Right. So the hop I get, but to me what makes it suspect is the fact that that back leg kind of plants again before he pitches. I mean, I give him credit if if they continue to deem it illegal, and he can pull it off without blowing out his back, because that is so awkward looking. And plus he throws about 98 miles an hour. So you do that. Plus he's shortening the distance between his release point and home plate by, I don't know, about a yard.
Now, we don't have video of Tim Lincecum, but he doesn't do quite that. But there has been a lot, written over the years about how much extension he gets when he pushes off the rubber.
Yeah, he has a long stride. But he doesn't break contact with the rubber and then reset his back foot, which is what this guy kind of does. Right. So if what he's doing is legal, my question would be, then why couldn't any other pitcher start his windup in contact with the rubber and then just kind of slide it forward a foot to gain that advantage?
Well, Larry Young's here. We can ask Larry. Hire a supervisor. 2-2 on Joey Votto. RBI single to give the Reds the lead in the 4th.
And that maybe ultimately that's what happened. Of course, guys are comfortable doing what they're doing. Most guys probably wouldn't feel comfortable trying to cheat up a foot in front of the rubber anyway. But I guess if there are a rash of it, then Major League Baseball would have to address it, and maybe that delivery of the Caps kid would be deemed illegal.
He was called up, by the way, yesterday. Pulled over Rizzo and into the right field corner. Votto will head to second. And now stop at second. As I think some teams are realizing you don't want to take too many chances, especially with 2 outs against Jorge Soler.
Yeah, that was a good decision by Votto. There's a lot of base runners will carry a lot of momentum into second base, and you see them get about halfway between second and third, and it's like they hit quicksand. They just kind of lose their legs, and with 2 outs, and Soler being the guy out in right field who's making that initial throw, that would have been a risky play for Votto. And Alcantara, really, Alcantara's got a strong arm too.
Two-out double. Fastball right in there on Frazier. 0 for 2, but he has scored a run. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Matt Harvey making his 2015 home debut tonight for the Mets. Some hit batters in that game. I think Terry Collins got ejected. 5-3 Mets as they play the 6th. Harvey with 8 strikeouts and has allowed 2 home runs. Strike called on a curve. It's 2-2. Clint Hurdle ejected in the Tigers-Pirates game.
Dog days of April.
Yeah. Detroit with a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 8th. Shane Green still working for the Tigers. 7 innings, 3 hits. A.J. Burnett very good, but left trailing. 6 2/3, 7 hits, 1 run for the Pirates. The Reds dugout out of play.
Red Sox lead the Nationals 8-7. Strasburg and Masterson were the starting pitchers, and didn't go well for either one of those guys. Strasburg allowed 10 hits, 5 runs, and 5 1/3. Masterson allowed 7 earned runs and 4 2/3. Pedroia hit his 3rd home run.
Soler and Wright over near the line, and he's got it. And that's it for the Reds. In the 5th, they strand 1, and they lead the Cubs 3-0.
It's only a muffin, freshly baked in store, and just one bite will have you wanting more. New blueberry double chocolate and cranberry orange McCafe muffins, freshly baked at McDonald's every day. Only $2.29 for one with a small McCafe coffee.
It can be hotter than Death Valley in your attic. But that's still not hot enough to sweat out bugs. Take these boxes. They're not only perfect for storing old yearbooks and pictures.
You find something?
They're also a perfect food source and nesting material for roaches. That's why I identify their favorite snacks, like old books, clothing, wood. Then I seal entryways and use the latest scientific methods. Working. Pest control down to a science.
This is a different kind of airline. One that invented low fares so everyone could fly. One that decides where to go next by putting your needs first. And knows people are its most powerful fuel. Some say we do things differently. We say, why would we do things any other way? Without a heart, it's just a machine.
One good reason to have the hot and spicy McChicken sandwich is that it's only $1.29. But if you need another reason, here's 129 more. The perfectly spiced hot and spicy McChicken is only $1.29. Find more to love on the McDonald's Dollar Menu and more.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Hard Facts Sportsnet Central update. Patrick Kane says he is good to go, ready to play tomorrow night's playoff opener against the Predators in Nashville. Blackhawks pregame live comes your way at 7. Puck drop just after 7:30 right here at Comcast Sportsnet. More on the Hawks later at Sportsnet Central. Now back to Wrigley. There's Len and JD.
Cap, thank you. Brandon Phillips is out of the game. Obviously has to stem from that play at 3rd. The collision with Castro. So Skip Schumacher now playing 2nd. When we find out what the official word is, we will let you know.
Cubs getting their first real look here at DeSclafani. They faced him as a reliever last year with the Marlins. He's faced one over the minimum so far. A walk in the second. He raced on a double play ball, and then a 2-out single by Soler last inning. Good command of all of his pitches, fastball, slider, and change. A little bit of a hitch in his delivery, a little hesitation there at the top that may upset the timing of the hitters a little bit.
Count even, 2-2.
This time there wasn't much there, but on occasion he'll hold that position right there just a little bit longer. Does a nice job gathering himself, staying balanced there over the rubber.
Colts Neck High School in New Jersey. That knocks his glove off, and he recovers and makes the play.
Now he's just showing off.
Nice composure there after the glove literally came off his hand.
Well, watching him swing the bat and just the way, he moves around out there, you can tell he's a good athlete. And you say, wait a minute, he's a major league player. Of course he's a good athlete. Well, not all pitchers are good athletes, but this guy is. And a heck of a play.
Montero with one away. Cubs with 2 base runners. Castro walked in the second. Soler singled in the fourth. That's been it on a strike. One way to remedy bullpen issues is to not have to use it much.
Yeah, and that's, I think, Brian Price said that he's had to go to that bullpen a lot. They've been in a lot of tight games. Gone frequently to the bullpen. Speaking of bullpen, there's lefty Zach Roscup, fresh up from Iowa. Strength of this Reds club last year was their starting pitching. They didn't score many runs. Their bullpen wasn't good, but the starters were really good, led by Johnny Cueto. Matt Latos is gone. Alfredo Simon is gone.
Sean Marshall has been dealing with arm issues, shoulder issues for a while. He's recovering from surgery. They had a long run of really good bullpen work. And Montero draws the walk. Are you in charge of planning your next social gathering for the office or friends? Bring your group to Wrigley Field and enjoy special perks only available inside the ballpark. The Cubs offers special ticket packages for groups of 15 or more. Call the group sales office and speak directly with your dedicated executive at 773-404-4242 or go to Cubs.com/groups. Ball one on Alcantara, who started the year 0 for 16, but he snapped that with the game-ending RBI single on an 0-2 pitch last night in the 10th inning.
Yeah, he's just taking a wild swing at a changeup down about ankle high, and then Badenhop threw him another one and hung it. Alcantara's first hit of the year is a game winner.
There's quite a pile there. At one point it looked like Miguel Montero was literally kicking Alcantara in the backside. Watch this. Watch Montero come in right here. 47. Watch it. Yeah, that's how baseball players show their teammates love. I really wish you wouldn't do that to me after a good broadcast.
Yeah, we haven't
said that for 2 years, but
I'm throwing water on you here in a minute after your next great home run call.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, 2 outs. Only the third strikeout for DeSclafani.
The pitcher,
Yeah, Alcantara, he's just, despite the game-winning hit last night, obviously he's really struggling. He's caught in between. He's always, well, not always, we haven't seen that much of him, but last year, primary weakness was that changeup. Continues to be a problem for him, and when he gets that in his head, he's late on the fastball. He's just stuck in between in terms of his timing. It's amazing how quickly this game can grab hold of a player and just punch you in the gut. You come out of spring training, you're feeling good, you're optimistic.
And that kind of feeling, being on the precipice of an 0 for 40 for a hitter, or 3 straight blown saves for a closer. I mean, it always exists until the day a guy retires, right? It never goes away. Some guys handle it better than others. 3-0 Reds at the end of 5.
Let's get this started. Push harder, run faster, get stronger. Throw on our jerseys and head north. Paint the red line blue. Maybe play 2. It's a brand new day. So let's ditch the ketchup and pour on the mustard. It's time to turn this corner. The winds are shifting. Your 2015 Chicago Cubs. Let's go. Get tickets at Cubs.com.
Not the vast frozen plains or a wall of mountains. Nothing would get between him and what he was after. Some called him obsessed. We call him Mr. Coors. And the pure Rocky Mountain water he hunted down is still used to brew the beer that bears his name. Coors, the banquet beer.
What made you switch to Taco Bell breakfast?
It's like it doesn't matter where you go, it's the same thing, which is like an English muffin with an egg on top.
What do you eat now?
I've got the chicken biscuit taco.
And I've got the egg, bacon, and cheese biscuit taco. I don't want to be the spokesperson to the South necessarily, but I can guarantee you that this is almost as good. It is as good as Mama's cooking.
That's a bold statement.
This is a good biscuit.
My name is Mary.
My name is Dominic.
And I am a breakfast defector.
Visit CSNChicago.com for great deals on your favorite team's merchandise. From jerseys and hats to autographed memorabilia and more. Outfit yourself in your favorite team's gear and visit the fan shop at CSNChicago.com now.
Tomorrow night, watch the Bulls go up against the East-leading Atlanta Hawks in the regular season finale. Bulls pregame live, presented by Coors Light, begins at 6:30 on CSN Plus.
Here it's 3-0 Reds as they will bat in the 6th inning against Jake Arrieta. You see Jim Riggleman, the Reds' new third base coach, in the foreground. We have a chat with Riggs today.
Yep.
Nice man.
Doing good. Back in the big leagues after spending some time down in the 3 seasons. I think he was back managing in the minor leagues. I'm missing. We spent some time together and played for Riggs in Vegas, and then a little bit with San Diego when he first got hired in 1992.
Schumacher with his first at bat, and for Brandon Phillips. Grounds out to Alcantara. Jim Riggleman managed the Cubs from 1995 to 1999, including that 90-win season and a wild card berth in 1998. All those Sammy Sosa home runs. Padres, Cubs, Mariners, Nationals. His managerial resume. Fowler in center. 2 quick outs.
Padres, Cubs, Mariners.
Interim in 08 with Seattle.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember him managing Mariners.
Yeah, he followed John McLaren in 08. Bird last year with the Phillies hit a career-high 25 home runs in a career-high 637 plate appearances at age 36. And it wasn't just at age 36, but it was a couple of years after it looked like his career might be over. He'd been traded to the Red Sox, got released, got suspended for 50 games for violating MLB's PED program, but then came back in 2013 and had the best year of his career with the Mets and the Pirates. Two strikes on him. And Montero wanted time to go over the signs again with Arrieta. I've been looking for Jorge Soler's home run ball earlier from last night.
Should give him some tools. Let him go out there and start hammering away in the bleachers.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Arrieta makes quick work of the Reds in the sixth, but trails 3-0.
Honda developed the world's most advanced light jet, the world's most advanced humanoid robot. And now we're introducing Honda's Dream Garage Sales Event with great deals on almost everything Honda makes, like the CR-V, Motor Trend's 2015 Sport Utility of the Year, and this powerful Honda.
The Honda Dream Garage Sales Event. Get a dream deal on a 2015 CR-V with standard rear-view camera. Now at your Honda dealer.
Creating the perfect outdoor space by Unilock. Quality landscapes require the right design, materials, and craftsmanship because that's what it takes to truly connect with your lifestyle. With Unilock, you get unlimited design possibilities, authorized Unilock contractors, and a transferable lifetime guarantee. For a complimentary idea book or a free project estimate, call 1-800-UNILOCK or visit unilock.com. That's 1-800-UNILOCK and unilock.com. Your perfect outdoor space awaits with Unilock, designed to connect.
This award season, the red carpet has shades of green. The spotlight shines all day. And the best four-wheeler of the year lets you go where others can't. So you end up with the best seats in the house. The 2015 Jeep Award Season event. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for $299 a month.
Bulls, Hawks, tomorrow at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus.
Well, the Cubs today collecting donations for those affected by the tornadoes downstate recently, affecting Fairdale and Rochelle communities. If you were unable to get to the ballpark tonight because you're watching us, that's probably the case. Go to Cubs.com/give and you can donate through Sunday. Proceeds from tonight's Cubs Charities 50-50 raffle will also benefit the cause. Cubs batting here in the sixth. And a strike on Jonathan Herrera. Hitting ninth in the order. Fowler and Rizzo to follow. Misses outside, and much has been discussed here and elsewhere about the pitcher batting eighth. You know, the other component to this that I really like, JD, is just maybe buying Rizzo and Soler and guys like that an extra plate appearance or two, you know, every month by having those guys hitting second and third instead of third and fourth. We can talk about RBI opportunities and all of that stuff, but if your best hitters maybe hit one spot higher than they normally might, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't know statistically how big of a difference it's going to make, but I think it's certainly worth giving it a go, just letting it play out for a while. And if you don't think you're gaining any real advantage from it, you can go back to a conventional lineup where the pitcher hits ninth.
On the ground to the shortstop, Cozart, who was shaded toward the middle. And he makes the play.
Clark, the official team mascot of the Cubs, can be part of your next gathering, from charity events and wedding receptions to birthday parties and grand openings. Clark wants to be a part of it. Email him directly at clark@cubs.com or cubs.com/Clark for more information on how to book him for your special event. Just haven't been able to put anything together here tonight. Haven't had a leadoff man reach all night long.
One and one the count on Fowler. Former Cub Bobby Scales, I don't think is still substitute teaching, but when he played, he did in the Atlanta area, and one of his students was Dexter Fowler. On the ground, and it'll be a hit as Schumacher got to it but could not glove it.
So immediately your thoughts turn to Brandon Phillips and would he have made that play, the Gold Glover? Perhaps he does, but that's Fowler going down the line, so that's going to be a difficult play for anybody. Schumacher didn't get his glove opened up in time. And maybe closed it a little early.
You know what he did? He skipped over the ball. They have a couple of skips. Kyle Skipworth, catcher, on the roster as well. Yeah, I like Anthony in the 2 spot, whether the pitcher hits 8th or 9th, because of his on-base skills. And if you want both Rizzo and Soler to hit in the 1st inning, somebody's got to hit number 2. Rizzo actually led off a game or 2 in spring training. Joe kind of had some fun with the lineup. Hamilton drifting over toward the gap in left center to make the catch. And 2 outs.
All right.
He's been a Cub fan his whole life.
I'm going to rule the world.
Or drool the world. Yeah.
Oh, here comes Mr. 2-run homer.
Couple of them last night. So he and Mandy Brooks in 1925 are the only Cubs in the last century to have 2 multi-homer games in their first 30 big league contests. Another one came last year in St. Louis. 26 RBIs in his first 30 career games. The last Cub to do that, Bob Speak, 1955. Fowler runs, and Soler hits it out of play and may have cracked his bat.
I don't believe he did. Actually a mistake by DeSclafani. The breaking ball backed up on him like a cement mixer, and because of that, Soler gets jammed. Fowler was off to the races.
Kind of felt like his coming out party was on August 29th last year, didn't it? And maybe for the Cubs as well, because he hit those 2 homers in St. Louis. You just kind of got the feeling over in that first base dugout, like, who is this guy? In the dirt, Fowler running, and he's going to be safe. The tag applied up around the helmet, but he got in with his feet.
We talked earlier about the risk reward of stealing bases, and down 3 runs. Obviously, you got to be careful on the base pass, but Fowler felt like he could get the bag, and he did. It was close. If you're in a hitter's count, you're less likely to run there. You think Soler might do some damage. Now base hit, at least gets the Cubs on the board. Yeah, and I think Soler's one of those guys when he shows up at the ballpark. He's such a physical specimen. People are like, who is that guy?
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Yeah, he reminds me of when Giancarlo Stanton, who was Mike at the time, came to the big leagues. To the 7th, 3-0.
Before Larry instantly transferred money from his Bank of America savings account to his Merrill Edge retirement account, before he opened his first hot chocolate stand, calling winter an underserved season, and before he quit his friend's leaf raking business for not offering a 401k, Larry knew the importance of preparing for retirement. That's why when the time came, he counted on Merrill Edge to streamline his investing and help him plan for the road ahead. That's the power of streamlined connections. That's Merrill Edge and Bank of America.
I am totally blind, and sometimes I struggle to sleep at night and stay awake during the day. This is called non-24.
Learn more by calling 844-824-2424 or visit your24info.com.
Right now, you can get 2 Arby's Euros for just $6. That's a euro for the hand that does stuff well, and a euro for the hand that tries, but can't. Arby's, we have the meats.
Let's teach them well, let's teach them wise. Make sure we teach them not to lie. Tell them all they'll need to know.
You do all you can to keep them safe. So do we. The 2015 Mitsubishi Outlander with available forward collision mitigation, named one of America's safest CUVs. Now 0% APR for 72 months on a Mitsubishi Outlander.
Saturday afternoon, we're back here on CSN as the Cubs host the new-look San Diego Padres. Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto Group. Starts at 12:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Reds lead the Cubs 3-0. Jake Arrieta had 1 bad inning. That was the 4th. Other than that, he has had 4 1-2-3 innings as he faces switch hitting Brian Pena. And he was able to hold up, and great to have with us former Cub pitcher Milt Pappas.
Hi guys.
Hi Milt, how are you?
Milt? Oh, just nice to be here. Nice to be anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that. So I like it. It's a cool night, but you got the short sleeves. Did you wear the sweatshirt when you pitched when it was cold, or no?
Oh, God, yeah. I don't understand these pitchers today. When it's out there, it's 20 degrees, and they got nothing underneath except a bare arm. Isn't that crazy?
Used to wear those the heavy wool, the woolies, right? Those
oh,
real heavy
my Lord.
ones. Yeah, we'd wear them in the summertime.
and then after 3 innings, you got to take it off because they weigh 20 pounds of sweat. Well, it's a little different when you don't score runs, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. And the Cubs have not done much against Anthony DeSclafani.
Who? Is he Greek?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
3-1 the count on Pena. So you started your career in 1957 with the Orioles, finished it with the Cubs. In 1973, you were with the Cincinnati Reds. The middle part of the 60s. You faced a lot of great hitters, Milt. Who was the best?
The best?
In each league, because you pitched in both leagues. Toughest guy in each league.
I think the all-around best athlete, best ball player, I think was the guy who played right field for Pittsburgh.
Roberto Clemente.
Roberto Clemente. He could do everything. Now, Willie Mays had the greatest instinct of any ball player. If he was on third base and the catcher dropped the ball, he's on his way to home plate. You don't see that. And his instincts were fantastic, but all around, everything, Roberto Clemente. I never saw a man go from first to third on a base hit to right field, and Clemente had they just stopped.
This play by Arrieta.
The American League, you had Mickey. I mean, I could go on and on and on of the guys I played with and against. It's just the talent is different today. You think so, Jim?
Well, I think the star caliber players like Mantle in that day. I don't know, boy, Mike Trout. It's hard to beat Mike Trout. I think overall players are bigger, stronger, faster, better conditioned now than they've ever been.
But is the condition helping him?
Well, I think so.
Well,
I think there are players who maybe don't have the baseball instincts that players did back in the day. Maybe kids that didn't play as much baseball growing up as they did in that era.
But why do you see so many guys break down, especially pitching?
Well, I think part of it is the weights.
Isn't it true? The working out.
Good effort by Coughlin, can't get it. And Cozart will slide into second.
I think they do too much. I think the pitchers
that's part of it.
Way too much. Like you say, you got a guy like Trout. Well, who does he remind you of in the days that we played?
Yeah, I think of Mantle from your era.
Mickey?
A guy who could do anything on the speed, power. Josh Hamilton, when he was was reminiscent of Mantle. A guy who could hit a 500-foot home run and then drop down a bunt for a base hit or steal a base right.
I used to bow to him when he tried to bump me. Thank you, Mickey.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, everything's different. Pitching is 5 days. We pitch 4. The relief pitching wasn't as great as it is today. So there are some good things and, not bad things, but a lot of different things today.
Yeah, the game has changed.
The game has changed dramatically.
No question. In your era, relief pitchers were pitchers that just weren't good enough to be starters.
Yeah.
So if you were one of the top 2 starters on a club,
you got to make it.
The last thing the manager wanted to do was pull the plug on you because he knew that the guy down in the pen was inferior. Not every single time, but
yeah.
Goes flying.
Now a lot of managers in the game today, and the Royals are probably the best example of this, what they did last year. They get their starters through 6, even if he's throwing a pretty good game. It's like, thanks. We'll see you in 5 days. Let's hand the ball to those 3 kids throwing 98 miles an hour.
Yeah. And they do. It's a big difference today. Obviously, like you said, the relief pitching was not even there when I played. The starters were there. They were told, hey, you go out there for pitch as long as you can, as hard as you can. If you get tired, I'll come and get you. I made the mistake one day of telling Paul Richards, I'm done. I ran for a half hour after the game. It was 95, 95 degrees.
Make sure you won't. Next time you won't be done.
And I said I'll never ever tell Paul Richards I'm tired ever again. That's it. I'm done. I pitched 8 innings. And I got my uniform. I had changed uniforms 5 times.
What did you guys have Give it like 9-man pitching staffs back in the day, probably.
Yeah, sure. We have the extra 2 guys. You know, the infielders are out. So, yeah, it's different. I mean, Len, it's a different game today. Is it better? I don't know. I'm not playing today, so I don't know.
209 game winner. Pappas, 17 years in the big leagues. Called strike 3. And I know you got to get ready for the stretch.
43 shutouts. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I look at that and I say, that's unheard of.
It is. Joe's going to go to the bullpen. Milt, thanks for stopping by as always.
My pleasure.
Sing on key tonight, will you, please?
I'm trying. I don't do too bad.
I know you do great. You'll be great. 3-0 Reds. We'll be back.
Save big at Menards. How big? 11% big. This big. Bigger. 11% bigger. With 11% make it brighter. No, 11% brighter. Softer? 11% softer. Save 11% on blocks. Every block. Save 11% on appliances. All appliances. Save 11% on paint. That's right, all the paint. From this to this, or even this. There's no end to the possibilities with an 11% rebate on your entire purchase. Hurry in for big savings.
SMR indicator to helium.
And there they are, 57 million miles from Earth.
How does it look? Here I go. Roger.
Now he's exited the module, and we are one step from Mars.
1201.
Never miss a moment. Uverse has more live TV channels on the go than cable.
Hey, Jerry. Nice yard. I bet this dead wood really hits home for you. The only thing getting trimmed around here are property values.
Does it ever feel like your yard work is taunting you?
Where you going? The nail salon's the other way.
Take back your yard with professional-grade equipment from Echo. Reliable, easy to use, and backed by a 5-year warranty. Echo. Get serious. During the Echo National Sales Event, get the SRM 225 trimmer for less than $200.
Well, Jake Arrieta, pretty good tonight, but leaving down 3 and some frustration as he discards his gum.
Yeah, many nights that's good enough to win. Cubs just not able to get anything going offensively tonight. Arrieta with that one bad inning. And like a round of golf, he just had one blow-up hole. Everything else, he was on top of his game. Zach Roskup, the young left-hander, just recalled today. Comes in now. You look at his numbers from last season and struggled with his command. 12 walks and 13 in the third innings, leading to that inflated ERA of 9.45.
So Cozart the runner at second. 2 outs, 7th inning. And the switch hitter Hamilton batting from the right side. 1 for 3 on the night. Stolen base and a run in the 4th.
With 2 outs and a man in scoring position, the Cubs in at the corners, taking away the bunt from Hamilton. 2 strikes, they'll peel back.
Swing and a miss. Time for the stretch with Milt Pappas.
Tonight's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, former Cubs pitcher Milt Pappas.
Welcome, you fantastic fans of Chicago. You're the best. And a very, very warm welcome to a great manager, Joe Madden. One, a 2, a 3. Let me hear you. Me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back for it. Root for the if they don't win it, it's shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. And we need some runs. Thank you, great Cub fans.
Look, this is the new Asian-inspired broth bowl from Panera Bread. Our hero is the soba noodle, which we pair with fresh spinach, mushrooms,
yes,
and chicken raised without antibiotics.
Very nice.
Then top with a soy miso broth. That's the ticket. And if you're feeling extra adventurous, try our delicious Thai chicken salad, only at Panera Bread.
Chrysler Town & Country isn't your average minivan. Why? Well, because it holds itself to not just a higher standard, but to a long list of them. No wonder Chrysler Town & Country is the most awarded minivan ever.
Get 0% APR or $2,500 cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash. Plus current loyal owners get $1,000 bonus cash on Town & Country.
Anthony DeSclafani has been terrific tonight. Cubs would love to get into that Reds bullpen. Coughlin in the air to right. Bruce drifting over. Cubs invite you to take advantage of free remote parking and shuttle services on night and weekend games. The remote parking lot is located at 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com. Cubs honoring Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks, all season long. The 0-1. Castro walked in the second, retired on a nifty play by DeSclafani in the fifth. Spun around behind his back, basically threw his glove at the ball. He didn't throw it, but it got knocked off.
Knocked off his glove,
yes. Yeah. It's picked by Frazier. Spin the throw and the out.
If DeSclafani had left that ball alone, Cozart would have made the play for him, but he was able to scamper after it after the deflection, run it down and make a play. Similar thing happened to Kyle Hendricks in Colorado the other day, where he reached kind of back across his body, and the ball that would have been handled for a double play in all likelihood by Castro off Kyle's glove went for a base hit, and it's part of a big inning for the Rockies. And I asked Kyle about it yesterday. I said, you know, those guys behind you, they get paid a lot of money to catch that. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, I know. And he goes, I'm usually pretty good at letting those go. And he said that won't happen again. And with Hendricks, when he tells you that, you tend to believe him. He's such a heady guy. Yeah, I would have said, boy, I hope I don't do that again, or I'll try not to do it again, knowing full well that I probably would do it again. But he's like, no, that's not going to happen again.
Oh, 2 outside. Sclafani, a product of the University of Florida. Another fly ball. Hamilton camped underneath. And another 1-2-3 for DeSclafani. It's getting late, and the Cubs trail 3-zip.
People of the coffee drinking world, Dunkin' has a dark roast coffee that's deliciously roasted just right for a bold start and smooth finish that's never bitter. Put down the dark roast you've been putting up with and reach for the one you deserve. America runs on Dunkin'.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor, available at Advance Auto, Walgreens, Ace, Target, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Some things are not what they appear to be. Other things are exactly what they appear to be. The Lexus IS, as aggressive as it looks. Lease the all-wheel drive 2015 IS 250 for $349 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
We all scream for ice cream-flavored iced coffees from Dunkin' Donuts. Try the delicious new Rocky Road, butter pecan, and cookie dough flavors today. America runs on Dunkin'.
Follow the Cubs all season in 2015 with MLB.com At-Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At-Bat is up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At-Bat for your smartphone or tablet.
So Anthony DeSclafani, in his 7th Major League start, this is the deepest he's ever gone into a Major League game. His previous long mark was 6 1/3 against the Cubs in Miami last June 17th. Gave up 4 runs in a no decision that night. Could get the win here this evening, leading 3-0. That's Jason Marquis, who's going to pitch tomorrow on the Cubs.
Yeah. Former Red Travis Wood will do the pitching tomorrow.
Ross Cup on in relief of Arrieta and struck out Hamilton to end the 7th. 6 2/3, 3 runs. The line for Arrieta. A strike called on Votto. Another former Cub is Kevin Gregg, and he's up in the Reds bullpen.
Weak swing induced by Roskup. Don't see that very often. Once in a great while from Votto. They're sitting on a pitch and kind of an ugly hack. Usually follows it up with a line drive somewhere. You know, I'm not sure how long this call-up will last for Roskup, but I suspect he's going to spend a lot of time in the big leagues this year. He's got really good stuff. Threw the ball well in spring training. Chris Bosio had a lot of good things to say about him. Ultimately, Joe Madden would like to have 2 lefties out there in the pen. James Russell was signed by the Cubs after being released by Atlanta. He's reported to AAA Iowa. Good try.
Ball 4.
He's got such a good eye.
So on for the 3rd time tonight, Joey Votto. Yeah, how many guys don't swing at that?
Yeah.
You know, not too many.
Yeah. Most guys will, you know, just kind of take a whack at it, maybe foul it off, but such a keen eye. Great awareness of what pitchers are trying to do to him.
Frazier hacking away at the first pitch. And it'll be Soler, shallow right for the out.
Arrieta tonight struck out 5, walked 1. Through 110 pitches, 73 for strikes.
So the Nationals lost again, 8-7 at Fenway. 2-6. Team many people thought, and still could be, the best team in baseball going into the season. Red Sox are 6-2. 3-run seventh did it for Boston.
How about the Twins coming into play tonight? 6 games behind the Royals in the AL Central. Week into the season and you're 6 games back.
Ryan Schlitter up in the Cubs bullpen. Yeah, I mean, we're 6 games out. You're basically 2 to 3 weeks behind trying to make up that much ground. Well, the first late. CC Sabathia is 0-2, losing at Baltimore 4-3. Scary incident in Cleveland tonight as Carlos Carrasco took a shot off his head from Melky Cabrera. I certainly hope he's all right. Ross Cup will field. And he'll get Schumacher with Votto now at second, 2 outs. That's where being left-handed on the infield comes in handy, doesn't it? There aren't too many situations like that. You spin and fire.
Yeah, you just kind of reach and turn all the way around. You don't have to turn back across your body.
I mean, when you were a kid, did you ever play shortstop?
I did. I played shortstop in Little League, yeah.
How did it feel as a left-handed thrower?
You know, we weren't turning a lot of double plays and things like that in Little League. So it worked out okay.
I want another left-handed throwing catcher in the big leagues. Will we ever see it again? There's so many reasons why it hasn't happened very often over the course of baseball history. One simple one is, if you're left-handed and you have a good arm, you're probably pitching.
Yeah.
Would make those throws to first base easy after a drop strike 3.
Yeah, it seems like there would have been more, doesn't there?
Yeah.
A lot of it is just because there hasn't been. So when kids are young and they're left-handed, nobody's sticking a catcher's mitt in their hand and saying, go do it. So all the youth out there watching the game tonight, there's your mission. If you're left-handed, get your hands on a catcher's mitt and get yourself to the big leagues.
Mike Squires did it 2 innings worth in 1980 with the White Sox.
Benny DiStefano did it a little bit. Maybe with the Pirates.
Let's see. 6 innings. In 1989 with the Pirates. Foul tip, strike 3. Ross Cup is scoreless 8th, still 3-0 Cincinnati.
Since 1971, what's made us different has made us great. We invented low fares and made sure bags fly free. And now our bold new look puts our heart front and center for everyone to see. Others follow the pack. We'll follow our heart. Because at Southwest, bold is in our blood.
Last week, Petey put on his little red hat and grabbed his shovel to plant his new tree. But Petey forgot one thing. He didn't contact Julie and took out the neighbor's cable lines. So they missed the big game. They're not happy with Petey anymore. He should have contacted Julie 2 business days before he started by simply calling 811 or going online at illinoisoncall.com. It's a free service. Don't be a Petey.
Buy NBA League Pass and watch the race to the playoffs wherever you want. You'll get live NBA games on your TV, computer, tablet, and phone.
Wow! My goodness.
Watch the incredible action anywhere. Buy NBA League Pass for the lowest price of the season. To order now, call 1-800-GET-SPORTS or go to directtv.com/NBA.
Blackhawks, Predators, Game 1. Tomorrow night at 7 on CSN.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. This Sportsnet Central update. Hawks open up 2015 Stanley Cup playoffs tomorrow night against the Preds. You can catch the action right here on CSN. Blackhawks pregame live comes your way at 7. Pat and Edzo have to call the action from Nashville at 7:30. More on the Hawks later on Sportsnet Central. Now back to Len and JD at Wrigley.
Cap, thank you. Time for our AT&T reverse multi-view. As the Reds lead this game 3-0. Joey Votto's been on base 3 times. Jay Bruce with an RBI single. Same for Marlon Byrd. All the runs came in the 4th. Byrd has had a really solid defensive series as well. Leaving his feet twice to make grabs and left. Matt Caesar against former Cub Kevin Gregg.
Veteran trying to find a home here in the Reds bullpen. Has not been a good go for him so far. It's kind of been the story of the Reds bullpen. 8th inning's been a bit of a bugaboo for them.
Caesar hitting for Alcantara with Wellington Castillo on deck.
Kevin Gregg typically, one way or the other, it's going to happen in a hurry. Works quickly, throws a lot of strikes.
Driven to left and deep. If it's fair, and it's not. Just hooked it foul.
Promising when it left the bat. Not able to keep it fair. An inside fastball. Just got out in front of it a little bit. Caesar had a very nice spring. Hit the ball with authority out in Phoenix. 5 home runs in the Cactus League.
So the Reds bullpen 2 out of 6 in save opportunities. Matt Carpenter homering off Gregg. They've had all kinds of pen issues. We mentioned earlier, none of the blown saves belong to the closer, as Gregg just walked Caesar. And Price probably thinking, here we go again.
He's obviously thinking it, but he cannot, got to kind of keep a stiff upper lip and encourage his guys. And people in Cincinnati asking, are you going to demote guys, change their roles? And he said, man, we're a week into the season. I can't start pulling the plug on guys now.
So Gregg is making his 4th appearance. He's allowed runs in each of his first 3. Blown save against the Pirates on the 6th. Castillo sends one high and deep to left. Bird goes back to the warning track, and it's gone into the basket. A 2-run homer, and the Cubs are within a run.
Here we go. Late inning heroics have become the norm here in recent days for the Cubs. Boy, Wellington Castillo just keeps having one good at-bat after another off the bench. None better than that one as he delivers a 2-run home run to pull the Cubs within one. Their Ford home run replay. A get over fastball by Gregg. It got over and then it got out.
So 4 appearances and runs allowed in all of them by Gregg. And he's also given up a lot of line drives. The blown save, a hold against St. Louis, even though he allowed a run, and then the loss a couple of days ago. Well, the Reds just hanging on here. And Mike Olt sends one high to center, but Hamilton has it for out number 1. So 3 consecutive pinch hitters to start the 8th.
Well, and I think, you know, Joe Madden, his thinking has got to be, I got to go for it here, empty the bench, do whatever I can to inflict damage in the 8th, because Aroldis Chapman will pitch the 9th for the Reds.
I think we might see Chris Coughlin at third base in the 9th as well, with Alcantara out of the game, and probably leave Caesar into play left. And Fowler, an awkward cut, lost the grip on the bat. Former starter, now reliever Tony Cingrani. So the Reds got 7 out of their starter Mike Leake last night. Could not hang on. DeSclafani with the best start of his short major league career, 7 shutout innings tonight. And yet maybe some frayed nerves in that visitor's dugout. I said a few innings ago about occasionally getting an early lead. Whatever.
Yeah.
Trail 3-0 in the 8th every night. Come back and win.
It's good for ratings.
Right.
Good take. Tempting split finger pitch. They were able to lay off. Grani's ready. He'll get Rizzo.
Whoop. Oh, strike 3. Be it the righty Gregg.
Right on the outside corner to finish off Fowler.
Pitching change here in the 8th. 3-2 Reds.
We are gathered here today to celebrate love, durability, comfort,
and energy efficiency.
To celebrate this joyous occasion, Feldco is offering 30% off siding. That's right, save 30% on beautiful maintenance-free siding. Plus no money down and no interest for 1 year. Transform the look of your home today.
Hurry, 30% off siding ends soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
You want me to pick just one? Yeah, right. I say if it looks tasty, order it. Because at Red Lobster's Create Your Own Seafood Trio, I can have it all. Choose 3 of 9 dishes for just $15.99. Like the creamy baked lobster Alfredo, and the sizzling brown butter shrimp scampi, and fresh soy ginger salmon topped with sweet pineapple salsa. I could go on. but there are 3 things on one plate waiting for me, and I'd rather just go, wouldn't you? But hurry, it can't last forever.
The Volkswagen Jetta is really fun to drive. Go for it.
Okay. Wow. Woo! I'm dreaming. Pinch me.
No, not while you're driving. And right now, you can get a $1,000 Volkswagen credit bonus on Jetta models.
Seriously, pinch me.
It's not a dream.
Ow.
It's the Volkswagen Stop Dreaming, Start Driving event. Stop dreaming and test drive one today. Hurry in and you can get 0% APR plus a $1,000 Volkswagen credit bonus on 2015 Jetta and Passat models.
Well, we're not used to seeing Tony Cingrani in this spot, but the Reds have decided to use him as a reliever, though most of his major league appearances in his career have been as a starter.
He may ultimately morph back into the rotation at some point. Opened up eyes a couple of years ago with Cincinnati, 2013. A bunch of starts, pitched very well for them. He's had some injury problems along the way. Tough on lefties. Just 187 against him.
Chicago area native. Up and in on Rizzo. Ronnie went to Lincoln Way Central High in New Lenox, Illinois.
He does a lot of work up in the strike zone with that fastball, and hitters see it coming out of his hand. It looks awfully tantalizing, but you got to get him down a little bit. Premeditated swing there from Riz.
Ronnie went to South Suburban College in Illinois, and then Rice University. On the ground, and a wicked hop past Bottle and Schumacher and into right. It'll be a hometown bounce.
Local knowledge. He knew exactly where to hit that ball. Top spin. You see that top hand really fly through that, and I think that helped contribute to that big bounce.
Crowd is buzzing. You know who is at the plate. And the fans are on their feet for Jorge Soler. Two of them last night.
Yeah, I got Mike Leake on a breaking ball and a Jumbo Diaz fastball about 435 feet straight away center field.
This crowd has come to life. 27,525. Not a whole lot to cheer about in the first 7.5 innings. 3-0.
Want a challenge with a heater. No thought whatsoever of a 4-out save from Aroldis Chapman. No movement down in that Reds bullpen. No righty had been up throwing, preparing for Soler, so Rice made up his mind he was going to go with Cingrani. Sink or swim with him regardless of what Rizzo did.
Didn't want anything to do with him. So the tying run is now in scoring position. And former Cub Jeff Pico, the Reds pitching coach, is going to head out.
He wanted no part of Soler. Going to quit on that fastball after way up out of the strike zone.
Well, they say hitting is contagious. I don't know if either of us actually believes that, but I think the residual effect of what Soler has done is giving other guys opportunities with men on, and as you said, protection ends up being the guy in front of you, because now all of a sudden Coghlan gets a chance with a flare. He could possibly tie this game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously they didn't want any part of Soler, and it's interesting because as good as Soler was and as strong as he is, the odds are still greater that Chris Coughlin's going to get a base hit than Jorge Soler is going to hit the ball out of the ballpark, which is what they were, you know, they were kind of, their strategy was worst case scenario.
Chris off to a great start. He's 0 for 3, however, tonight. A 1-0. Outside corner. 1-1.
That's a tough pitch. He slings it right over the outside edge. Perfect pitch. Any part of those if you're Chris Coghlan. Now with 2 strikes, you have to be willing. Maybe try to punch that one the other way.
Tying run at second, that's Rizzo. Go ahead runner at first, Soler. Ball got out of the Reds bullpen. Joey Votto screaming for the umpires to call time. Jay Hoover cranking it up. One and 2 on Coghlan. The pitch. He struck him out swinging, and the Reds get out of the inning with the lead. However, off the bench, Wellington Castillo with a pinch hit. 2-run homer to get the Cubs within 1.
Honda developed the world's most advanced light jet, the world's most advanced humanoid robot. And now we're introducing Honda's Dream Garage Sales Event with great deals on almost everything Honda makes, like the CR-V, Motor Trend's 2015 Sport Utility of the Year, and this powerful Honda.
The Honda Dream Garage Sales Event. Get a dream deal on a 2015 CR-V with standard rear-view camera. Now at your Honda dealer.
People are switching to T-Mobile. Even Verizon customers are jumping to America's fastest 4G LTE network. From the Bay Area to the Big Apple. Ready, set, switch to the data-strong network.
Hi, everybody. It's Pat Hughes from Binny's Beverage Depot. What an amazing starting lineup. I'm looking out at over 2,500 beers, and the prices, they are the guaranteed lowest on every bottle every day. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
You never know where life is going to take you.
Everybody has a dream. Amelia Cafaro hopes to share her unique vision with the world.
The work that I have is a reflection of how I feel.
American Family Insurance is helping protect what she's achieved so she can fearlessly go after her dream. To find out how our auto, home, life, and commercial insurance can help you, visit amfam.com today.
Cub fans, put on your rally caps for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
So Caesar stays in and plays left. Coghlan at second and Olt at third. So trip down memory lane for Chris Coghlan, playing positions he played early on in his minor league career in the Marlins organization. Pedro Strop, the new pitcher.
Yeah, whereas the Reds bullpen has really struggled in the early going, the Cubs have been among the best in baseball. And Strop still sporting that 0 ERA.
Cut and miss by Marlon Byrd. Cubs are going to get it done tonight. It's going to have to be against Aroldis Chapman. Although they don't have to get 3. at least for the time being, with a 1-run deficit. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Strop really getting on top of that slider, inducing some feeble swings from Marlon Byrd.
Ball 1 to Pena.
Zach Rosscup very good in his 2015 Cubs debut. Inning and a third, no hits, a walk and a couple of strikeouts.
Bullpen continues stellar work. Rizzo flips, Stroke covering.
Number 2.
So Castro, Montero, Caesar due up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Two outs at Zach Cozart. Slider strike. Backed up a little bit on Strop. Always get that call.
Slider happy tonight. Another good one. Could have been.
Good hands by Mike Olt. Not a good throw, but Rizzo bails him out at the other end. So we go to the last of the ninth. It's 3-2 Reds.
You never know where life is going to take you.
Everybody has a dream. Amelia Cafaro hopes to share her unique vision with the world.
The work that I have is a reflection of how I feel.
American Family Insurance is helping protect what she's achieved so she can fearlessly go after her dream. To find out how our auto, home, life, and commercial insurance can help you, visit amfam.com today.
People are switching to T-Mobile. They're jumping to the network with more data capacity than Verizon to download, post, and stream. Make the switch to the data-strong network today.
Right now, you can get 2 Arby's Euros for just $6. That's a euro for the hand that does stuff well, and a euro for the hand that tries, but can't. Arby's, we have the meat.
Ford is taking the EcoBoost Challenge all across America. Check out America's best-selling brand of utility vehicles.
I absolutely love the EcoBoost Explorer.
The power feels great. You don't gotta do it yourself? Wow, I like that.
I think the Edge is perfect.
It's fast, great on gas. It really felt like I was driving a 6.
The front camera, that's phenomenal. I don't think you're gonna get me out of this car.
Take the EcoBoost Challenge at your Ford dealer, and for a limited time, get an Explorer with 0 for 60 plus $750 competitive owner cash, or lease one for only $289 a month.
Time for a Benny's Beverage Depot toast of the game. Anthony DeSclafani in his Wrigley Field debut pitched a gem tonight. 7 shutout innings.
Yeah, toe-to-toe with Jake Arrieta in the early going, and he never blinked. Just hung in there, allowed a couple of scratch singles, and a whole lot of hard contact off the young right-hander. He walked a couple, struck out 5. Speaking of strikeouts, here comes our oldest Chapman. 2 for 2 in save opportunities so far this year for Chapman. He has lost a little bit off his fastball, though. According to Fangraphs, he's averaging only 99 miles per hour with his heater. Last year, he averaged a little over 100 miles per hour, a year in which he struck out better than 52% of the batters he faced. That only happens in Little League and video games and with Aroldis Chapman on the mound. League average strikeout rate is 20%, a little bit higher for relievers, 22%, but his an otherworldly 52%.
50 strikeouts in 28 1/3 innings against the Cubs in his career. This is his 29th appearance versus Chicago, a 1.27 earned run average. 1-0 on Castro. Cubs are down only a run. Three-time All-Star.
Oh, good swing. What a baby.
Still 1-2. Both these guys have been a National League All-Star 3 times.
He just gets such great leverage, and the arm action, how long his arm action is. So much momentum when he turns it loose. Change up. 167 batting average for Castro against them. That's above average, and in his career he has yielded a 146 batting average against.
That will get into left for a base hit. So a great start as the leadoff man is on.
Impressive swing of the bat there. That fastball in off the plate. Conventional wisdom says bunt here, but I'm not so sure I'd be in favor of it. There you are in the lineup. Montero's got power, and it's just tough to get a bunt down against this guy. Might just be giving the Reds an easy out without advancing Castro.
By the way, Castro with his 15th plate appearance against Chapman. He's batted against Chapman more than any other big league hitter, and he's now 3 for 13. Montero pops into left. Bird coming on, and he's got it. So 1 away for Matt Caesar. Pinch hit and walked and scored on the Castillo homer in the 8th.
David Ross out on deck. Castro's not really a base stealer. Pena, the catcher, throws well. You got a lefty on the mound. Even with all that, I don't think it's a bad idea to try to steal a bag at some point here. Chapman is just so hard. I think you're going to string hits together against him. A very modest lead, however. Going back to the bag as the pitch is being delivered. Pretty much no chance to get to that high fastball from Chapman.
Kick and the 1-1, and did Caesar go? He didn't. And the Reds dugout livid. Which may have caught a break there.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. You got to get it started so quickly to try to catch up. Castro, you have to anticipate the ball getting away from the catcher.
Chapman 6'4", 215. Signed with the Reds 2010. Born in Cuba. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Fastball leaving it inside, that time up out of the strike zone.
Fans into it. Short lead by Castro. Not running, and Caesar fouls off the top of the screen on 99.
Yeah, that ball was off the plate too, but again, it's just so hard if you're in there, standing in there trying to hit this guy. You don't have much time to react. Hard Hat Brigade is fired up.
Another 3-2, and he walked him. Well, Matt Caesar coming off the bench and reaching to lead off the 8th on a walk, and then grinding one out here against Chapman in the 9th to put the tying run in scoring position. Here's David Ross. So the Cubs with a 4-man bench, and all have now been used.
Nothing coming easy for this Reds bullpen. Even Chapman struggling here.
I mentioned Travis Wood will pitch tomorrow. He may end up playing another position tonight at some point. If the Cubs tie it, we go deep into extras. Joe studying that card.
That's a pretty good fastball hitter. Be ready. Can't find the zone.
Is a strike.
Top of the zone. Yep.
Castro second, Caesar first. Ross down 1-2 in the count. The pitch by Chapman, strike 3 called, 2 outs. It's up to Mike Olt.
Chapman, for the first time in a while, able to get the ball down. Over the heart of the plate. Ross just couldn't get it started.
Chapman to Olt. Strike 1.
.99 off the plate. Chapman gets a break.
Strike 2. Game number 8 for the Reds. Appearance number 6 for Chapman. Been a busy man here early on. Comes down to their final strike. We've said that before. The 0-2 missed. He's made 20 pitches. It feels like about 40. Long at bats here in the ninth. Bolt swings and misses, and the Reds hang on. Back-to-back Ks for Chapman to close out the Cubs tonight, and that'll set up a rubber match tomorrow. Well, the Cubs got it to within one. This team won't quit, but Chapman just too much.
Yeah, and you know, Joe Madden emptying his bench in essence in the 8th inning, and understandably so because of what we just saw from Chapman. Even when he's vulnerable, he ultimately typically wins the battle. So they get the 2 spot in the 8th on the home run, but just come up short here in the 9th and waste a pretty solid pitching performance from Jake Arrieta.
So for JD and our entire crew, Len Casper saying so long from the friendly confines. Final score, Reds 3 and the Cubs 2. We're back with you on CSN 12:30 for a pregame coverage on this Saturday, middle game of a weekend series against the Padres. Coming up next, Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs postgame live. Stay tuned.
And the Cubs lose a tough one. They battle, hang in there, but they cannot plate the tying run against Aroldis Chapman. I'm David Kaplan. He's Todd Hollingsworth. We'll have our post-game show for you. Cubs battled. They hung in there. He's an elite closer. He's very good.
Yeah, well, you know, they put together some good at-bats late in the ball game, and again, you've got that momentum. The fans even buying into it right now. So, yeah, there's something to build off of. You know, a little action late. Wellington Castillo gets it going. Big run, 2-run homer. Former Cub Kevin Gregg right there got us back into the ball game. Set up the opportunity there in the 9th against an elite closer. They put a couple guys on and had a couple cracks at him. You know, that's what you're looking to do right now. There's a weak spot in that Reds bullpen right now. The Cubs have exposed it, and hopefully they can, you know, take some of this momentum into tomorrow.
All right, and build on it and win the series. 2 teams will go back at it tomorrow. We will have Joe Madden's press conference. We'll tell you how this one went down. We'll break it all down for you. Cap and Holly back with our post-game show brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield right after this.
The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Baseball took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do they do it?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a shipload of money.
Play with DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of MLB. Play with promo code HIT and get free entry in our daily contest. Get to DraftKings.com.
The Nissan Rogue. With blind spot warning, around view monitor, and intuitive all-wheel drive. Choose Rogue just $219 per month or get 0% APR financing. Innovation that excites. Rogue, from the most fuel-efficient lineup in America. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
With the dog as a partner, I've got to be up on my voice commands. That's why Xfinity's new voice remote is perfect for me. Find cop shows. I just say it and I see it. Finding my shows has never been easier. Watch Top Chef. The new X1 voice remote from Xfinity is coming soon. Perfect for people who want entertainment the easy way.
Let's get this started. Push harder, run faster, get stronger. Throw on our jerseys and head north. Paint the red line blue. Maybe play 2. It's a brand new day. So let's ditch the ketchup and pour on the mustard. It's time to turn this corner. The winds are shifting. Your 2015 Chicago Cubs. Let's go. Get tickets at Cubs.com.
Cubs Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at Southwest.com. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Audi, truth in engineering. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. is Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs Postgame Live.
Cubs beaten tonight by the Reds. It was a good battle right down to the bitter end. But the Reds take over first place in the division with a 5-3 mark early in the season. They beat the Cubs 3-2. Hello, welcome to Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Along with Todd Hollingsworth, I'm David Kaplan. Jake Arrieta was good for a number of innings. He had one inning where he faced 8 men, gave up 3 runs, and just lost it for a stretch.
A little bit, right. 5 hits right there, all came on a sinker. Every one of those base hits was on a sinker right there. They weren't bad pitches for the most part. I mean, it wasn't like he got hit hard. I mean, they just found holes. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. I mean, we watched him go through the left side, ball up the middle. None of these, I mean, these weren't balls off the gap. These were just merely balls that found holes that, as we say in baseball, had eyes, and they were able to build on it. And, you know, think about the Cincinnati Reds we've seen in this series, the last 2 ball games. They've scored their runs in bursts. So, you know, maybe that's what we need to take away from this moving into game number 3 tomorrow, is the idea that, you know, when this starts to happen, we got to, you know, take note that they get a little bit more aggressive. They seem to feed off each other really well. And when this happens, it happens fast. It was one hit after the other, and it was almost the first swing, you know, on the first 2 pitches of the at-bat. Now, it didn't happen for everybody, but 3 of the 4 it did. So it's something that stands out. They've done it now 3 different innings where it is only a handful of pitches that they jump all over our particular pitcher at the time. So that should be something we take note of into tomorrow.
All right, let's check out our Sports Authority play of the game. Bottom of the 8th, pinch hitter Wellington Castillo facing ex-Cub Kevin Gregg. Wellington Castillo gets just enough.
Yeah, great swing right there off the bench. That's what you're looking to do. Be aggressive. First pitch, fastball he sees, center cut. Kevin Gregg threw a few of them in this ball game. He wasn't in there long, but that pitch is right there, and that's what you want to see from your pinch hitters. Coming in, ready to jump on that first pitch fastball. Well, he gets great extension right there, gets the ball out, and gets us within a run.
You know, he got them within a run. In the rest of the 8th, the Cubs battled, hung in there, and you knew Chapman was going to be coming in the 9th. There's Anthony Rizzo with a base hit. So with 2 outs, the Cubs have a man on. They would continue to threaten. Just couldn't find the way Soler walks. They weren't going to give him anything to hit.
I mean, isn't it amazing, Captain? We've watched over the last 3 ball games, you know, even going back to Colorado, where, you know, almost the attention to detail is so good. The quality of the at-bat late in the ball game has been better than it was earlier in the ball game. Some free swinging going on at times. Not talking about everybody in the lineup, but you just feel like, you know, the best at-bats for this team right now are coming at the end of the game.
You got to face the toughest closer in the game, maybe. He's certainly in the team photo.
Kimball, right?
And there's a base hit for Starlin Castro on 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Aroldis Chapman.
Now 3 for 13.
Then a fly out from Montero, so the Cubs unable to get it rolling early in the inning, but they would threaten.
Well, Caesar put together a great at-bat here. I was so impressed. I mean, again, another guy who comes into the ball game late, puts together 2 quality at-bats, a couple walks in this ball game. Starlin had a very nice at-bat right there. But again, you know, long drawn-out at-bats. I mean, you know, typically Aroldis Chapman is, you know, 10, 15 pitches, tons of fastballs. Good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Usually that's how it goes, and they're putting together great at-bats. See, you know, I look at this ball game and think, you know, was there more opportunity? I know that the stat line doesn't say that there was for the Cubs earlier in the ball game. It's just we couldn't get anything going against DeSclafani, and that's kind of the issue in my mind, is that I felt like maybe there would have been more of an opportunity. They did battle back again against this bullpen. Good at-bats late, even late against Aroldis Chapman. You're going to carry that momentum into tomorrow, so it exists. You just hope that those bats wake up a little sooner.
All right, time for our Cholula Hot Sauce pitching recap. Let's talk about Jake Arrieta, who again threw the ball well a number of innings, but had one bad inning, going 6 2/3. And Anthony DeSclafani, 7 innings pitched, allowed just 2 hits, nary a run, walked 2, struck out 5. Arrieta's numbers, 6 2/3, 7-3, and 1 walk with 5 Ks. He's got excellent stuff. I mean, really dominant early. The first 3 innings, didn't allow a base runner, and then just jumped the tracks for a while.
You know, and again, you know, Cap, it wasn't as if it was awful. I mean, we've seen those plays. You know, it was, you know, a couple overshifts. You know, ball gets through. You see that one right there. It's a worm burner, gets up the middle. We're going to watch a couple to the left side that just squeak past our third baseman. And, you know, these balls are not ripped. They just kind of happen to find the right place at the right time. And, again, all on his sinker. Kind of what was going on in that inning, you know, again, you saw it right there, and he picks up the strikeout. His secondary pitches, they seem to be exploding just a little bit more, kind of off the plate. And so Reds hitters were clearly, you know, sitting on a sinker. When they got it, they were putting it in play, and that's why the damage happened the way that it did. All 5, like I said, all 5 of those hits came on the exact same pitch.
Look at his last 4 starts. Tonight he gives up the 3 earned, but the last 3 before that, Cardinals, and Reds, nothing in that earned run column. So he's been very, very good since coming to the Cubs.
Well, yes, he has. There's no doubt. I mean, I'll even take it to the big league level and talking about just about everybody else out there. I think Jake Arrieta is either, top 2, top 3 in the game right now as far as uncomfortable at bats. I watch the Reds hitters. I look for leaky feet and quick hands and guys who just don't, are kind of changing their game plan on the fly to adjust what they're seeing out of Jake Arrieta's hand. And right now, just about every team he goes up against, I'm watching hitters changing their swings, guys going out looking for a cutter and getting busted back in, not certain of what's coming or how the ball is going to be moving, and that tells you how good he can be. So again, rough one tonight. A few of those balls got through the hole. Offense wasn't there for the Cubs. Could have gone a little bit differently, but I don't think that there's anything you got to worry about as far as Jake Arrieta right now.
All right, UPS Store taking care of business. Player of the game. No way you cannot vote Red starter Anthony DeSclafani. He was outstanding tonight. Came in with everybody going, who? Who is this guy? He was really good. Allowed just a couple of hits. Handled Jorge Soler there. Good breaking stuff. And anything they hit hard, they hit right at somebody.
Well, a little surprised, I mean, he was part of that Matt Latos deal, I believe. And, he a lot of tilt. I mean, I guess that's the way to put it. Thought there would be a real opportunity. He is a fly ball pitcher. Interestingly enough, he was able to keep the ball on the ground for most of the night. You see him pitch up at the top of the zone with the four-seam fastball. He's got, he's more of a horizontal guy, where his ball isn't changing lanes a whole lot. His slider doesn't break a whole lot. It's late tilt at the plate. Does it with the fastball, does it with the changeup. And again, Cubs hitters just did not really get comfortable swings against him tonight. Only a handful of hard-hit baseballs. Most of the time he was keeping the action on the field or there were some pop-ups. So again, we did not build innings tonight. This wasn't as if we had, 10 runners on base and we had a few opportunities we didn't just cash in. This was just dominant Anthony DeSclafani tonight, and he shut us down completely.
All right, time for a break here on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. We'll have Joe Madden's press conference and a whole lot more when we come back.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Kate!
She can't go alone. Give me your hand! That was close.
Right now, you can get 2 Arby's Euros for just $6. That's a euro for the hand that does stuff well, and a euro for the hand that tries, but can't. Arby's, we have the meats.
I sell paintings of cats.
I sell antique cameras.
I sell mufflers.
Cellos.
Surfboard stemware. It's odd.
Beautiful.
It has an unusual shape.
I have no idea how to pack this. Wow. We need help.
I need experts. It's fragile. Can you be trusted?
The UPS Store pack and ship guarantee. We pack it, we ship it, we guarantee it.
So if anything happens to this,
we'll take care of it.
I love logistics.
We pack it, we ship it, we guarantee it at the UPS Store.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Cholula Hot Sauce, the flavorful hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Creating the perfect outdoor space by Unilock. Quality landscapes require the right design, materials, and craftsmanship because that's what it takes to truly connect with your lifestyle. With Unilock, you get unlimited design possibilities, authorized Unilock contractors, and a transferable lifetime guarantee. For a complimentary idea book or a free project estimate, call 1-800-UNILOCK or visit unilock.com. That's 1-800-UNILOCK and unilock.com. Your perfect outdoor space awaits with Unilock, designed to connect.
Fans, how would you like to go to Game 3 against the Preds at the United Center on Sunday? Win a pair of tickets to Game 3. Tell us who you think will score the game-winning goal in tomorrow night's Game 1. Visit csnchicago.com/GWG Challenge to enter. Time for our Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, and Plumbing. Who's hot? Who's not so hot? How about for the Pirates, Pedro Alvarez batting .308. Who's not? How about the Brewers, Ryan Braun, hitting .222 with no home runs and 1 measly RBI. All right, welcome back to Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Cubs lineup tonight didn't have a whole lot of productivity in it, simply because Anthony DeSclafani was outstanding. Cubs did not do much in terms of the hit column. Got that big blast from Wellington Castillo and a pinch hit roll, but no 2-hit nights and only 3 scratch hits there, or 4 scratch hits there.
Well, really, we weren't able to get much going, and it really wasn't until Fowler in the 6th inning that we actually had a guy get to second base. I mean, that's kind of how you have to see this ballgame. Not a lot going on. So the best at bats for us came late, no doubt about it, and certainly some of them came off the bench. Caesar had a couple walks right there. Wellington Castillo, the big 2-run homer. But again, momentum that you carry into tomorrow. You feel what goes on in the stands. You see what everybody's standing at their feet. We're back in a ball game. You've earned your way back there. There is momentum that is gained in the clubhouse, so you hope that it carries into tomorrow. Good winning baseball. We talk about this young team and this young offense taking steps forward. You're already getting the sense that we're going to compete late, that we're going to continue to fight, that we're going to go 9 innings, that we're going to battle till the end, even against guys like Aroldis Chapman. So there is hope. I mean, Starlin Castro kicked off that inning with a single to left, and you're like, here we go again. You believe it, you start to buy into it. It's exciting because I feel like this is going to be big in this division where a lot of these games are going to be tight, and they're going to be tight late.
All right. Joe Madden sitting down to talk with the media, brought to you by Xfinity.
If we keep giving that kind of effort all year long, I'll be very happy. Good things are going to happen. Their pitcher was really good tonight. Our pitcher was good. Their pitcher was really good. Kept us down, but eventually we got back in the game in the 8th inning and had a chance to win in the 9th once again. So any manager would really appreciate that kind of an effort from your group. Bullpen once again was spectacular. Sometimes you got to give the other side credit. Their starting pitcher was very, very good. I had never seen him before, but I thought he was really good.
Is Castillo proving that he's accepted this role wholeheartedly? And if some guys might not take to that backup role, but he obviously has.
Yeah, I know he doesn't like it. I don't want him to like it, actually. He's really good. That's what I felt all along. And his last 3 pinch hits, the ball has been hit hard every time, and some really big knocks. But again, I think it indicates how good of a player he can be given an opportunity.
Jake, just that 1 inning?
Yeah, just 1 inning, some ground balls, got through. Couple down right outside the reach of Herrera. Votto hit a ball good down in the right field corner. I believe they need to start it off. But overall, I mean, he pitched really well, settled himself down, did a really nice job.
Some consolation that he got his 6 2/3, considering the bullpen was.
Yeah, I mean, although it was in the 5th inning, had we gotten 2 guys or 3 guys on when his turn came up, I was going to hit for him right there. Again, I didn't know what they were going to do with Chapman tonight because he has pitched a lot lately and warmed up also, even when he hasn't pitched. So I didn't know where that was going to be, quite frankly. But obviously his arm strength was still good tonight.
In pitching rotation, real quick, I'm sorry. With the day off, are you just rolling in front?
Yeah, nothing changes, right.
All right, there you have it. That's Joe Madden, the Cubs manager. Says tip your cap. Anthony DeSclafani, you outpitched our guy tonight. Tip your cap to him. Take a timeout. We'll come right back. Cubs Postgame Live continues, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Running out of space? We can help you with a mortgage or a home equity loan for something bigger and better. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Everyone builds dream houses. But when you dream, you close your eyes. That's why you need a guide. To see if it's too close to the train. To line up a good school. And remind you of the cost of a pool. With a RE/MAX agent, you will see how much better than a dream home the right home can be. RE/MAX. Dream with your eyes open.
The Nissan Rogue. With blind spot warning, a round view monitor, and intuitive all-wheel drive. Choose Rogue just $219 per month, or get 0% APR financing. Innovation that excites. Rogue, from the most fuel-efficient lineup in America. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
SMR indicator to helium.
And there they are, 57 million miles from Earth.
How does it look? Here we go. Roger.
Now he's exited the module, and we are one step from Mars.
1201, the up.
Never miss a moment. Uverse has more live TV channels on the go than cable.
Out here, there are no cheat codes, no avatars, no magic stars. This does not require an operating system or a username or password. And there will not be better versions of these games coming out next year. There's nothing like the good of sport. This spring, shop the brands you love, plus thousands of items on sale now. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
Sports Authority is proud to be the official sporting goods retailer of the Chicago Cubs. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
Let's take a look at the Blue Cross Blue Shield key to the Cubs game tonight. Here's Holly.
All right, swing and a miss. No, that's not the key to the ball game. I'm just telling you, I had a swing and a miss on this one. I was looking up. Going up against Anthony DeSclafani tonight, I really felt like there's going to be opportunity. Look at a lot of these pitches. They're up in the zone. This is what I was hoping was going to happen. The Cubs have been really starting to swing the bat, and we've been watching the ball leave the yard. I kept thinking that tonight is a real good opportunity. He's a fly ball pitcher. The way that the weather has been around here, I thought there would be an opportunity for some long balls tonight, and it just didn't happen. Boy, he was working effectively at the top of the strike zone. Cubs hitters fooled by the changeup. He did go down to the bottom of the zone a couple times and pick up some strikeouts down there as well, but they just weren't able to get on top of him enough tonight. So, again, he wins. Again, I was hoping for some long balls, and we didn't get it.
All right, we'll be right back. We'll wrap up Cubs post-game live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Tell you about tomorrow's starting pitchers.
If I can't stand up on my own, don't make me stand alone. Lift me up so I can see the light. For when the sun goes down, I will lay in your arms tonight. Don't be afraid, your heart's been repaid.
Save big at Menards. How big? 11% big. This big. Bigger. 11% bigger. With 11% make it brighter. No, 11% brighter. Softer? 11% softer. Save 11% on blocks. Every block. Save 11% on appliances. All appliances. Save 11% on paint. That's right, all the paint. From this to this, or even this. There's no end to the possibilities with an 11% rebate on your entire purchase. Hurry in for big savings.
Honda's the only company ever to win both the Indy 500
and a Supercross Racing Championship.
They were also the first to come up with this. The Honda Dream Garage Sales Event! Where you can get great deals on almost everything Honda makes, including the sporty Civic, named Best Value in its class. Get great deals on Civics right now!
The Honda Dream Garage Sales Event. Get a dream deal on a Civic with standard rear view camera. Now, at your Honda dealer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Cholula Hot Sauce, the flavorful hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap.
With the dog as a partner, I've got to be up on my voice commands. That's why Xfinity's new voice remote is perfect for me. Find cop shows. I just say it and I see it. Finding my shows has never been easier. Watch Top Chef. The new X1 voice remote from Xfinity is coming soon. Perfect for people who want entertainment the easy way.
All right, pitching matchup for tomorrow's game that wraps up the series. Travis Wood try and win the rubber game, opposed by former Cub pitcher Jason Marquis. Wood took a loss against the Rockies.
Well, yeah, you hope Travis got the mix working for him. All 4 pitches working tomorrow. I mean, you see this Reds lineup. They're swinging the bats right now. Jason Marquis, sinker, slider, looking to get the ball up.
All right, Mark and Kip are next with Sportsnet Central. Our next Cubs broadcast Saturday from the confines against the Pods. See ya.
To Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC.
Another very busy night in the world of Chicago sports. Here's a quick look at what's going on. We start with the Cubs. Wellington Castillo giving them a big lift off the bench. He crushes an 8th inning 2-run pinch hit homer, gets the Cubs within a run against the Reds. But unfortunately, that's as close as they would get. All-star closer Aroldis Chapman shut the door in the 9th. The Reds take game 2 of the series at Wrigley. 3-2 is the final.
A scary moment in Cleveland as Carlos Carrasco took a ball off the side of his jaw in the first inning against the Sox. X-rays were negative. He should be okay, fortunately. Later in the inning, with a run already in, Avi Garcia singles home another. Sox, they go on to beat the Tribe 4-1.
And that Sox bullpen was good once again. The Bulls fighting the Raptors for the number 3 seed in the East. Jay Crowder, the hero in Boston tonight, knocks down a jumper to beat the Raptors 95-93. That means the Bulls control their playoff destiny tomorrow night when they host Atlanta. And with that quick rundown, we welcome you into Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC with Kip Lewis. I'm Mark Shanowski. Much more on the night in Chicago baseball in just a bit.
But we start with the Blackhawks on the eve of Game 1 against the Predators. And there is great news for Hawks fans, and it's regarding Patrick Kane. The Blackhawks winger will play in Game 1 tomorrow night in Nashville. Kaner practiced today and made it official, saying he's ready to go after missing the last 21 games of the season with a fractured clavicle. His return will no doubt provide a boost to the team.
Obviously, there was a decision with the management and the front office to make sure everyone was on board with the same page and not kind of feeling like I was rushed back or anything. It was just been a long 50 days here, so it's a credit to a lot of hard work from obviously the doctors and the trainers, and just listening to them and trying to heal as fast as possible.
It's a good thing. Obviously, I think for a while there, no one was too sure how long the recovery period would take for him. So obviously, it's good news that he feels ready to go, and great situation for our team.
Listen up, Hawks fans. Win a pair of tickets to Game 3. Tell us who you think will score the game-winning goal in tomorrow night's game against the Preds. To enter, visit csnchicago.com. GWGC Challenge. Of course, we'll have full coverage of all the Game 1 action starting tomorrow at 6:30 on Sportsnet Central. Well, what we do know is that these two teams are very familiar with each other, but the Preds have not made the playoffs the previous 2 seasons, and despite losing 3 of 4 to the Hawks this season and 6 games overall heading into the postseason, the Preds remain a confident bunch.
They are looking at this last 6-game stretch where they lost all 6 games entering the postseason as sort of the results versus effort conundrum, where they're okay with the way they've played for the most part, but they're not getting the results. As you mentioned, they've lost 15 of their last 21 games, which cost them the Central Division title and put them in the 2nd seed to play the Chicago Blackhawks in the 1st round. I think they're okay with where things are.
We want to hear from you. Who wins the series, in how many games, and why? Use the hashtag HawksTalk to respond. We'll have some of your answers later in the show.
well as driving, scoring. Too big, too strong, too fast, too good. Butler, touch pass, Miritich, wide open. Three, go long. Wide open, why not? That shot missed, wide open. Leaking out, Gasol. Derek veers in along the baseline like a jet. He's back. Reds will 19,000 points, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, after blowing out the Brooklyn Nets last night, the Bulls will try to reach the 50 victory plateau tomorrow in the regular season finale against the top seed in the East, the Atlanta Hawks. It's pretty remarkable considering all the injuries and distractions Tom Thibodeau's crew had to deal with all season long. Now, we won't know until around 9:30 tomorrow night whether the Bulls will face the Wizards or Bucks in the opening round of the playoffs. But Toronto had a chance to all but wrap up the number 3 seed if they could beat Boston tonight. We pick it up with 14 seconds to go. Raptors trailing by 2. Kyle Lowry drives to the lane, gets the lefty lay-in to fall. He had a team-high 16. We're even at 93. Celtics ball, 3.1 seconds remaining. That's the former Marquette star, Jay Crowder from the corner. Celts win in dramatic fashion. They've been red hot over the last month or so. They beat Toronto 95-93.
How about the Pacers still holding on to the last playoff spot in the East? This one needed double overtime against the Wizards. Pacers up 2. Great ball movement. Rodney Stuckey finds an open George Hill on the wing. He buries the 3. Pacers hold on for the 99-95 win.
And Indiana now leads Brooklyn by a full game for the 8th and final playoff spot in the East. We'll see what happens tomorrow night. The Bulls are now a game up on Toronto for the number 3 seed. They can clinch that spot with a win over Atlanta or a Raptors loss to Charlotte. That would send the Bulls into a first-round series against Milwaukee, a team they've dominated in recent years. Here's our insider, Vincent Goodwill, on the possible problems the Bucks' length might cause the Bulls in a potential first-round matchup.
The biggest strength of that Bucks team is their youth. They can get out and run, and they have so many guys at 6'5", 6'6", to that 6'8" range, from Middleton to the Greek Freak to Michael Carter-Williams to, you know, any range of players that's just interchangeable from that point guard to that power forward spot. And I do think the Bulls have enough on the wings to be able to contain Milwaukee and maybe make this a 5-game series, because Milwaukee is just so inexperienced in terms of playing high-intensity playoff basketball. I think they will be the most favorable matchup. But again, once the playoffs start, anything can happen.
We will know all the playoff matchups tomorrow night after the Bulls wrap up the regular season schedule against Atlanta. That game comes to you on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Will Perdue joins me for Pregame Live at 6:30. Then Neil and Stacy have the call from the United Center at 7 o'clock.
We're just getting started on Sportsnet Central as the Southsiders and Tribe got underway in Cleveland. A horrifying moment for Indian starter Carlos Carrasco. John Lester's start with the Cubs hasn't been what the $155 million man had hoped for, but last night's comeback on the field was almost as good as Lester's off the field. And it's playoff time for the Hawks. We'll have the story of 2 seasoned veterans who could be the key to another Stanley Cup run. This is Sportsnet Central.
Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by GMC. We are professional grade.
We've been thinking, a pitcher who can paint the corners is known as a Rembrandt. Who doesn't love that kind of precision? At GMC, we get that. Not everyone can deliver a 95-mile-an-hour Rembrandt. This is precision. This is GMC. Welcome to the show. Now lease this 2015 GMC Terrain for around $199 per month.
Your search begins at gmcdrive.com.
Attention, Chicago White Sox fans. When the White Sox score 5 or more runs, you get 50% off your entire online order the next day at papajohns.com. Use promo code SOX5.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Yeah!
from a blue-collar family where everybody works hard. So when I go to work, I really look at the small things. I look at people going on the train, look at people tired with bags on their back, coming from a long day of work in the snow. That's what I think about. But I play for the people that wish they could live their dream out, but they couldn't. When I'm on the court, I want them to feel like he goes hard.
Who says desirable can't also be responsible? With 46 standard safety features, the Lexus RX is proof that fun can be good for you. Lease the all-wheel drive 2015 RX 350 for $399 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
Attention, Chicago White Sox fans. When the White Sox score 5 or more runs, you get 50% off your entire online order the next day at PapaJohns.com. Use promo code SOX5.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Drilled to center. It's deep, and it is gone. We're tied. Ground ball, base hit. Cubs win. Cubs win. Alcantara with his first hit of the year.
Yes, another exciting late inning rally by the Cubs at Wrigley Field last night, but the best comeback of all might have come from ace pitcher John Lester. You see, after the game, Lester took to Twitter saying, "Great team win last night. Bats really picked me up. No excuses here. I will have to be better. I will be better." Well, Sam, a White Sox fan, then responded, "My son's Little League team can run on you all day. Next time, just underhand the ball. It might work better for you." Typical Cub. But Lester would get in the last word saying, "Thanks for the advice, Sam. I'll give it a shot." Didn't know trolls had kids. Always fun when players and fans interact on Twitter. Be nice to each other out there. Cubs hoping for another late inning rally against the Reds tonight. 8th inning, down 3-zip. One out for pinch hitter Wellington Castillo. He was involved in that rally last night. Does it again. A 2-run homer into the basket and left. The Cubs cut the Reds' lead to 3-2, but in the 9th, Aroldis Chapman, the all-star closer, slams the door. With 2 runners on, David Ross and Michael strike out to end the game. No miracle comeback this time around. The Cubs fall 3-2.
Well, the Sox and Indians both have designs on capturing the AL Central title this season. The rivals opened a quick 2-game series in Cleveland tonight, where the Indians were winless in 3 games so far. But there's a scary moment involving Tribe pitcher Carlos Carrasco that had everyone talking. And that is where we begin. Top of the first, Melky Cabrera with a rocket right back at the mound. Hits Carrasco in the face. He would stay down for several minutes, clearly in some pain. He would be done for the day with a jaw contusion, so very fortunate for him there. Then in the 5th, it's a 3-1 Sox lead. Jose Abreu has liftoff, a solo shot to left. His second of the season. The Sox bullpen closed it out with 8 of the final 9 outs being strikeouts. Sox make it 3 in a row with a 4-1 win. Tonight's Country Financial top performers, a trio of Southsiders. Adam Eaton broke out of his early season funk. He went 2 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Jose Quintana went 6 strong innings, allowing just 1 run on 3 hits with 6 punch-outs to get the win. And how about the bullpen? The Sox strike out the last 6 Indians hitters. David Robertson punching out the side in the 9th for his 2nd save of the season.
As we continue our road to the NFL draft, an interesting development coming from Bears headquarters. Florida State quarterback Jameis Winston, the 2013 Heisman Trophy winner, is expected to meet with GM Ryan Pace and other team officials at Hallis Hall tomorrow. Now, Winston is expected to go #1 overall to Lovie Smith's Tampa Bay Bucks, but the Bears didn't want to pass up on a chance to get to know the talented but controversial quarterback, and you never know what might happen on draft day. As most of you know, the city of Chicago will host this year's draft at the historic Auditorium Theater starting on Thursday, April 30th. And across the street from the theater, a portion of Grant Park will be transformed into a venue called Selection Square. That will be a fan experience that's free of charge for everyone during the time of the draft. Should be a very exciting week for Chicago football fans. Back to the NBA, LeBron James still has the #1 selling jersey among NBA players, but Derrick Rose checks in at #5 despite all the games he's missed over the last few years. And even though it's been a long time since the Michael Jordan era, the Bulls brand is still as strong as ever nationally. Bulls merchandise flew off the shelves during the regular season, topping the other 29 teams in total sales. So the Bulls are #1 in at least one category. We'll see what happens when the playoffs begin this weekend. That will do it for this abbreviated edition of Sportsnet Central presented by GMC. But don't go anywhere. A full half hour is on the way. Much more on all the day's top stories.
That includes some of the key games taking place around the NBA, and we'll look at some of the top moments from the Hawks season so far. That's next on Sportsnet Central.
It's been a long 50 days here.
And now the wait is over. It's showtime. Standing alongside Mark Shanowski, I'm Kip Lewis, and this is Sportsnet Central presented by GMC.
As the Blackhawks prepare for tomorrow night's playoff opener, the Bulls just wait and wonder about which team they'll face this weekend.
We can win big games. We can come from behind.
And the Cubs would have to test those comeback skills tonight against Cincinnati.
In Cleveland, it was a scary first inning for Indians hurler Carlos Carrasco.
It's the anniversary that's 1 in a million. Sportsnet Central starts now.
You are connected to Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC.
Patrick Kane. Oh, a bad, what a play from behind. Terrible move by Petrovic. An awkward fall to the boards. And you can see some discomfort upstairs for 88.
Patrick Kane will miss the rest of the regular season. The team said a full recovery is 12 weeks.
You can't replace Kane. I don't think you can replace the things that he does.
Just a matter of when he can get that green light. It's probably going to be the hurdle.
It was exactly 5 weeks ago that he had surgery. He was back on the ice practicing for the first time with his teammates this morning.
Still think the timetable's the same.
He looks great. Doesn't even look like he missed a step.
Patrick Kane has been medically cleared for full contact, and barring any setbacks, Kane is probable to play in Game 1 of the opening round playoff series against Nashville.
The dream in color, the situation could happen. And, we'll see.
It's almost like it's a new season for me.
Well, Patrick Kane missed 21 games after fracturing his clavicle, but after another day of practice today, Kane's status for Game 1 in Nashville became official. And yes, it's great news for Hawks fans. Pat Boyle has more.
What looked improbable just 7 weeks ago is now reality. Patrick Kane is ready to go and will start in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs against Nashville.
Obviously, there was a decision with the management and in the front office to make sure everyone was on board with the same page and not kind of feeling like I was rushed back or anything. It was just been a long 50 days here. So it's a credit to a lot of hard work from obviously the doctors and the trainers, and just listening to them and trying to heal as fast as possible.
It's a good thing. Obviously, I think for a while there, no one was too sure how long the recovery period would take for him. So obviously, it's good news that he feels ready to go, and great situation for our team.
Originally, the Blackhawks thought they would need to advance to the second or third round to see Kane play again this season. Having him to start another Cup run is a shocker.
No, it wasn't in the cards, and knowing that we had to get through a round or two to even think of him being considered. So this is a very positive situation for us, knowing that what he brings to the table. He was having an MVP type of season, and getting him back just makes you have so many more options, and his versatility in all areas certainly enhances our team.
You see different players go through this injury. Jason Zucker, I think he came back around the same timetable as I am. I think Brian Campbell in 2010 came back at around 5 or 6 weeks. So it's an injury that can be healed, and some people are a little bit different than others. But this was kind of my timetable when I was ready to play.
I asked Kane what non-traditional steps they took to expedite the healing process. He said there were a few, but that the team probably did not want him to divulge that information. One thing he did say after he got his final medical clearance, he went and got the traditional playoff mullet.
One of those things I have to do for playoffs now, not just for myself, but kind of for the team.
With the Hawks in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Pat Boyle, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Pat, thank you very much. Kane with the mullet, but his partner, who usually does it, Brandon Saad, chickened out. Now to the Bulls, who won't find out the identity of their first-round opponent until around 9 or 9:30 tomorrow night. Toronto hoping to take a big step towards claiming that #3 seed if they can beat Boston tonight. We pick it up with 14 seconds to go. Raptors trailing by 2. Kyle Lowry, who's been in and out of the lineup because of injury, gets the lefty lay-in to go. We're tied at 93. Celtics ball, 3.1 seconds remaining off the inbounds play. Jay Crowder, the fall away from the corner, nothing but the bottom of the net, and the Celtics win it in dramatic fashion, 95-93. What a finish by Brad Stevens' team.
Pacers and Wizards. Pacers still holding on to the last playoff spot in the East. This one needed double overtime. Great ball movement. Rodney Stuckey finds an open George Hill on the wing. He buries the three. Pacers hold on for the win, 99-95.
Larry Bird happy about that. Let's take a look at the updated standings. Indiana now leads Brooklyn by a full game for the 8th spot. The Pacers can clinch with a win at Memphis tomorrow night or a Nets loss to visiting Orlando. As for the Bulls, a game up on Toronto for the #3 seed. They can clinch if they beat the Hawks or the Raptors lose at home to Charlotte. And if these seedings hold the way they are right now, the Bulls would face Milwaukee in the first round, a team they've dominated in recent years. Joining us now is Vincent Goodwill, our Bulls insider from CSNChicago.com, just back from Brooklyn. Vinny, let's start with Niko Mirotic. Why did it take him 80 games to decide to ditch the pump fake and just shoot the ball when he's open? And on top of that, how do you envision his role in the playoffs?
Well, Mark, you know what? I think old habits are hard to break. When he came from overseas, he had the reputation of being a great shooter, but the thing was he did a lot of things off the bounce, and catching and shooting with no rhythm just wasn't very easy to him. So I believe at halftime last night, Derrick Rose, not the most vocal guy, came to him and said, hey, you know what? They're giving you the open shot. That's the shot that you have to take. That's the shot that you're going to have to make.
Well, let's look at the possible opponents in round one. Washington upset the Bulls in just 5 games last season, but the Bulls look like a much stronger and deeper team this time around. What are the biggest challenges in facing Washington?
Well, if you play Washington, I think the biggest challenge is containing John Wall. You know, the guy's an end-to-end fast break guy. He's probably matching Derrick Rose as far as being able to switch directions and put stress on the defense with the dribble. And you always worry about what they do inside with Marcin Gortat, and Nene. But this is a different Bulls team than last year. They're not going to beat up the Bulls on the interior. Of course, you have to worry about Paul Pierce hitting big shots late in the game, which speaks to wanting to have Niko Mirotic in the game down the stretch, not wanting to be exploited by a veteran like Paul Pierce. But I think that the Wizards, if they get him, I don't think it's going to be a 5-game easy series like it was last year.
If the Bulls get Milwaukee, that's probably the most favorable matchup, but then we remember Michael Carter-Williams made life miserable for the Bulls' smaller guards in their last game, and the Bucks' overall length can create some problems, don't you think?
Oh, definitely. I think that's the biggest strength of that Bucks team is their youth. They can get out and run, and they have so many guys at 6'5", 6'6", to that 6'8" range, from Middleton to the Greek Freak to Michael Carter-Williams to, any range of players that's just interchangeable from that point guard to that power forward spot. And I do think the Bulls have enough on the wings to be able to contain Milwaukee and maybe make this a 5-game series, because Milwaukee is just so inexperienced in terms of playing high-intensity playoff basketball. I think they will be the most favorable matchup, but again, once the playoffs start, anything can happen.
Yes, it's almost playoff time, and you can follow Vincent's coverage at CSNChicago.com.
Well, the Sox and Indians both have designs on capturing the AL Central title this season. The two teams opened a 2-game series in Cleveland tonight, where the Indians were winless in 3 games so far. But there's a scary moment involving Tribe pitcher Carlos Carrasco that had everyone talking. And that is where we begin. Top of the first, Melky Cabrera with a rocket right back at the mound. It hits Carrasco in the face. He would stay down for several minutes, clearly in some pain. He would be done for the day with a jaw contusion, so very fortunate for him. Now, after an Adam LaRoche RBI groundout made it 1-0, Avi Garcia goes back up the middle. Cabrera scores, and it's a 2-0 game. Top of the fourth now, 2 on for Tyler Flowers. He hits a soft liner to short. Jose Ramirez can't get it. A run scores. It's 3-0 Sox. So we go to the fifth. It's a 3-1 game when Jose Abreu comes up to the plate and gets a hold of one.
Central start. That ball here way back. He just looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes.
An absolute laser, second of the season. That would make it 4-1 Sox. Bottom six, Jose Quintana didn't have the smoothest outing. Here he gets the ground out to end the inning. He went 6 innings, gives up 1 earned run on 3 hits, and strikes out 6. The bullpen, though, took over from there, and it was nice. Zach Duke in the 8th. He's going to get Mike Aviles swinging, and then Jason Kipnis is going to go down. He freezes Carlos Santana. Duke strikes out.